All right. All right, so let's get this meeting up and going, since everybody is here. So just to give you some things, so talking about public participation, there are 3 ways to submit public comments. Number 1, submit written comments by meeting day. Number 2, submit written comments during the meeting. And number 3, attend the meeting in person. To submit written comments by meeting day, please email our city clerk at cityclerk@dalycity.org and include public comment in the subject line. All written comments received by 4 p.m. on the meeting day will be provided to the city council prior to the meeting. Please note any emailed comments after 4 p.m. on the meeting date are not guaranteed to be received by the city council prior to the meeting. Comments are not read aloud into the record. During the meeting, you may visit www.dalycity.org/agendas to submit comments using the public comment form to address the city council on a specific item or during the public comment period. And such comments are delivered to the city council and city staff during the meeting and may be read into the record at the time they are received. To speak at the meeting in person, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the council chamber and submit to the staff member as soon as possible. Persons with disabilities who require auxiliary aids or services in attending or participating in this meeting should call the office of the city clerk at 650-991-8078 as soon as possible. And so I'd like to call to order this meeting and provide the city our land acknowledgement. So the city of Daly City acknowledges that we are on ancestral lands of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. We recognize their enduring connection to this region and honor their history, culture, and contributions. As indigenous protectors of this land, we affirm their sovereign rights as original inhabitants of this land and pay respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. If you can please stand for the pledge of the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Ms. City, if we can have roll call, please.
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Present.
Ms. Perano,
Present.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Ms. Manalo,
Present.
Dr. Rock.
Present. So we have a few proclamations today. We're going to start off with September. The proclamation is a Suicide Prevention Month. So I'm going to read off what this proclamation has. So whereas the city of Daly City will join the country and state in honoring Suicide Prevention Month of September, National Suicide Prevention Week, September 7th through the 13th, and World Suicide Prevention Day, September 10th, to spread the message that suicide can be prevented. And whereas in 2024, 69 people died by suicide in San Mateo County, and 13,239 calls were received by the San Mateo Crisis Line, including 5,613 routed from 988, which was 42%, and 1,028 texts and 499 chats from 988. Whereas the city of Daly City residents are urged to play a role in supporting each other and preventing suicide by knowing the signs of suicide, finding the words of support, and reaching out to local resources, including calling or texting the 988 Crisis Lifeline, mobile crisis teams by calling 650-579-0350, Alternatives to Suicide Peer Support Group by Heart and Soul Incorporated, Suicide Loss Support Group by Mission Hospice and Home Care, and Be Sensitive, Be Brave, and Mental Health First Aid Trainings by Kingdom Love. And whereas the San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Office of Diversity and Equity Suicide Prevention Committee and partners are collectively organizing activities that our community can participate through September Suicide Prevention Month, including free in-person and virtual events, advocacy days, and communication campaign. The 2025 theme is Support Your Way. Find updates at smchealth.org/SPM. Whereas beyond September, you can join the San Mateo County Suicide Prevention Committee, which provides oversight and direction to the suicide prevention efforts in the county and advances this mission by focusing on strategies and activities in the Suicide Prevention Roadmap 2021 through 2026. The roadmap recommends activities that span across the continuum of care, including stable housing, education and trainings, and risk-appropriate treatment. Now therefore, I, Roderick Doss Magboil, Mayor, and the members of the City Council of Daly City do hereby designate September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month that calls upon everyone in San Mateo County community to find their role in suicide prevention. Signed and sealed by myself and my colleagues this day, 8th day of September 2025. And today we have joined us in terms of suicide prevention. We have Violet Schuler from the San Mateo County Behavioral Health Commission, Youth Action Board, and Sharon Sims, Kauzolai, bye-bye. If you could share some words.
Good evening, Mayor Alice Mabuka, members of the City Council, city staff.
Is it on?
Oh, there
It
we
is. My name is Edith Kabuslai. I work with the Behavioral Health and Recovery Services of San Mateo County within our health community health promotion unit. My pronouns are she, her, sia. And I am here as an adult advisor of the Youth Action Board of the Behavioral Health Commission. And I'm actually going to turn over the mic to two real leaders that you need to hear from, Sharon and Violet.
My name is Sharon Sims Kauzolai. I use she, her pronouns. I am a community member at the San Mateo County Behavioral Health Commission's Youth Action Board, here on behalf of San Mateo's County Suicide Prevention Committee.
My name is Violet Schuler. I use the pronouns she, her. I am the community lead of the San Mateo County Behavioral Health Commission's Youth Action Board here on behalf of the San Mateo County Suicide Prevention Committee. Thank you to the City of Daly City for joining other cities and the county in proclaiming September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month. It represents a powerful moment to reflect on the immense human impact of suicide while simultaneously fostering a renewed commitment to promoting mental health awareness and implementing preventative strategies within our communities.
The 2025 Suicide Prevention Month theme is Support Your Way, and is a crucial initiative because it moves beyond a one-size-fits-all approach to mental health and suicide prevention. This personalized approach empowers individuals to take control of their well-being and lessen the burden of feeling like they must conform to a specific method of support.
September as Suicide Prevention Month is important to me because when someone is convinced that the only thing they can do to make the world a better place or to create a solution to the problems surrounding them is to take their own life, it means our systems of connection have failed us. Why were they unable to find purpose or motivation? What was missing or what was noticed too late? And most importantly, why were they unable to speak up about it? And if they did, why couldn't we have helped them recover? All of these questions spurred by the deaths of loved ones or community members create a wall of confusion we are just beginning to climb, but we continue to climb nonetheless. The more openly we talk about mental health and place emphasis on the copious reasons to live to see another day, and the more we teach one another to care for and appreciate ourselves, the more lives we save.
With modern statistics, there's at least one suicide every 11 minutes, with one death being someone I knew back in May, and one almost being my closest friend, who luckily survived. I believe September Suicide Prevention Month should be on everyone's minds and hearts. Sharing and advocating for this month is important because the Health and Human Services proposed cutting the 988 health line for LGBTQ youth services and proposing that funding being cut for suicide prevention programs for the next year. The very resources meant to protect our lives are being now taken away. This can make people start to feel like they are alone in this, that they aren't feeling supported. But with advocacy and community support, we can show people that they aren't alone and make mental health resources available and valuable for all. Therefore, starting today, I invite you to take action on one or two more options. 988, save it on your phone, and dial it when you need someone you care about is experiencing emotional distress or a mental health crisis. Don't wait, call 988. Educate yourself on what signs of suicides look like. Look into research in your community and attend local Suicide Prevention Month events.
There's actually a local event coming up if anybody is interested in attending. It's hosted by the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention in San Francisco. This will take place on Pier 27 on Saturday, September 20th, and it will be a walk for Suicide Prevention Month. And you can get more information to take above actions at smchealth.org/SPM. And once again, we would like to thank you, Daly City, for recognizing September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month.
Thank you.
Thank you. So before you go, I would like to just give you all this proclamation before you take off. And if we could take a couple of pictures before you jam out.
Thank you.
I know it's a heavy subject, so I just want to just provide anybody in. Yes. Oh, before we go, I'm just going to open up to my colleagues on the dais to share some brief comments.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Go.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to the leaders that spoke up today and for the county workers that do this work. We know that it's so important to continue to build the connections and fund 988. Last year we did deem loneliness as a public health crisis in the county. Also here in the city of Daly City, we did so because we know connections are so important and that continued community is key. And I'm going to use that now, what you said, because I'm like 988, but you know what? That's a phrase that you can just say 988, don't wait, right? It's very easy. And wanted to share that in full solidarity with all of you. I have had a couple cousins actually take their life. And so it's so important to ensure, you never know what someone is going through. And so having that connection and, and not have that isolation with them. I also wanted to share that also in May, thank you to the city manager. We want to let you know we did honor Mental Health Awareness Month and lit up City Hall in green. With your efforts, like you said, it's not only this month, but all the other months where we could continue to highlight resources, the advocacy that you all do, and that we're one community together, making sure that no one ever feels isolated and they know those resources. So that 988, don't wait. And so thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Teresa or Councilmember Perano.
Thank you. Sharon and Violet, you can hear me, right? I'm sorry, my ears are a little stuffed today. I wanted to thank you two personally for taking time out of your young lives to make a difference. And when you mentioned that someone you knew passed and someone luckily survived, I'm sure there's many more people you don't even know who they are that you've helped save a life, and your organization. So, thank you.
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, the example was like, I know the youth, and I know that all of you are trying to work real hard to bring the awareness, and I think that's one of the key things, because it used to be such this shameful, and people didn't discuss it, and I know you work with our Daly City Youth Health Center, along with Mary Bear, and with the county, and I know there's a big collaboration with Klima Salha when they were on with the LGBT and community as well, and Dana, and that there's many reasons, and sometimes you think there is no reason, right? When somebody you know and you love, and they seem to be the happiest sometimes the day of after you get the news. I'm sure you've experienced it. I've experienced it, and probably some of my colleagues and others have experienced it, that people would have never known that what was going on with the person. And so figuring out some kind of, it's not just loneliness. There's many things that are behind it, like, things that happen in their childhood, trauma. And so with the experts at our county, which I know the funding is cut, And we must figure that out because this is a 988, but it's a 911 to save lives. And mental health is the big component as far as your physical health. It is all wrapped in one. And without one, you don't have the other, right? So I think keeping tabs on one another, I'm sure you do in your youth groups, and try to have open sessions and to let people know. Some people want to speak privately, some people like groups things. Find out what works for them, and I hear you're doing a great job of that, and keep on working with our county. And we need to keep out the funding. There's not enough people going into the profession because I know that it is not paid like it should be paid, because that is a doctor too. That's a doctor when you do social work or whatever. So I can't say enough. You're the true heroes. I know that you also work with NAMI and have done some walks as well. So I look forward to seeing you more often. And thank you for taking the time, because that's what it takes. You're here and you're the example, and we'll keep going. So you have our support. So having support is important. So thank you very much. And
Thank you.
let's see if we can just try to keep others from doing that, because it happens way too often. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What was your name again? No. Oh, no, for you two? I'm going to get to you two in a moment. What was your name again? Ela. Ela, I want to start with you first. First of all, I appreciate you and your staff and the work that you folks do. And what you did this evening into turning it over to Sharon and Violet was simply amazing. I'll tell you, when I was your age, I didn't have a clue. And to know that you folks are doing what you're doing now definitely sends a clear message. Your care for others is extremely, extremely valuable and important. Coming from a law enforcement perspective, I used to be a peer counselor, and I do understand you are not considered an expert. However, by you constantly engaging, you learn the telltale signs of someone who's might want to commit suicide. And as I think it was Violet who said it about taking care of others. It's unique to me that you can see that. And that's what it's all about, is taking care of others and identifying where there may be a possible problem. One thing I learned when, and even to this very day, and if I can see those telltale signs, I always leave them with a statement. If you are thinking about hurting yourself or committing suicide, would you promise me one thing? They look at me. Okay, call me. That's all. Just call me. And I think that goes a long way. So I'm sure you have some other circumstances and other cases to which things have worked, but I'm definitely appreciative that our youth today is understanding the needs of not only other youth, but older folks as well. So kudos to you. Keep up the great work. And I'll definitely be an advocate for you folks. Thank you so much.
I'm just going to keep my comments short. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to say thank you. And I think one of the things that that brought my attention to like 988 was the elimination of the Press 3 option. And if people are not familiar with the Press 3 option, it was actually eliminated that allowed LGBTQ plus youth and young adults to reach counselors specifically trained in terms of issues related to those that identify as queer. And we need it back. And I think that when we talk about mental health, it's not just one big, bold brush of identities, but we have to recognize that each and every person has specified needs. And that's a definite need that we need to fight back and have those options again. So thank you once again. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks again, y'all. All right. All right, so our second proclamation is the National Preparedness Month, North County Fire Authority. I don't know if anybody's here, but I'm going to read off the proclamation. So, proclamation National Preparedness Month. Whereas September, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security National Preparedness Month Coalition urge all Americans to take simple steps to make their families better prepared for emergencies. And whereas personal responsibility is essential and individuals and families are encouraged to take an active role in their own preparedness by creating emergency plans and assembling emergency supply kits. And whereas community-wide preparedness efforts are vital, importance of collaborating with first responders and participating in local initiatives is emphasized. And whereas addressing prevalent threats such as climate change, extreme weather, wildfires, and other potential hazards is critical to protecting communities across the nation. And whereas leveraging technologies and promoting the use of resources like SMC Alert, emergency alert systems, and websites like www.northcountyfire.gov and www.ready.gov. And whereas it is highly recommended that our citizens become involved by participating in earthquake preparedness classes and community emergency response team CERT program. And whereas this important safety information should be studied and observed throughout the year in order to reduce injuries, loss of life, property damage in the event of a disaster. Now, therefore, I, Dr. Roderick Das Magboal, Mayor, and the members of the City Council of Daly City do hereby proclaim September 25th as National Preparedness Month and encourage all Daly City residents to increase their knowledge and awareness of proper safety measures to follow before, during, and after a disaster. Okay, moving on to number 3, the proclamation of Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. I'm going to read this off as well. So proclamation, Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, whereas prostate cancer is the most frequently diagnosed cancer in men and the second leading cause of cancer deaths in men. And whereas 1 in 8 men have a lifetime probability of developing prostate cancer and 1 in 8 women also have a lifetime probability of developing breast cancer. And whereas this approximately 313,780 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in the United States and roughly 35,770 will die this year from this disease, which is 1 man every 15 minutes. And whereas African American men are at highest risk for prostate cancer with a rate of 1 in 6, and incidence nearly 70% higher compared of men of other racial and ethnic backgrounds. And whereas it is estimated 29,600 men in California will be diagnosed with prostate cancer this year, and it is estimated that 4,140 California men will die from this disease this year. And whereas the 5-year survival rate approaches 100% when prostate cancer is diagnosed and treated early stage prostate cancer usually causes no symptoms. And whereas the American Cancer Society recommends that men have a conversation with their healthcare provider to make an informed decision about testing for prostate cancer, since all men are at risk. And whereas the City of Daly City joins communities across our nation to increase the awareness of the importance of early detection of prostate cancer. Now, therefore, I, Dr. Roderick Das Magboal, Mayor, and the members of the City Council of City Daly City do hereby proclaim September 2025 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Daly City and encourage all men to talk to their healthcare providers about prostate cancer screening and early detection. Just wanted to make an announcement. Is anybody from Seton here to accept? If not, I think this is viable information. So men, please get screened for prostate cancer. Okay. All right. So moving along to item number 4, approval of minutes, regular meeting of July 28, 2025.
Motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'll recuse myself since I wasn't there. And then off to item number 5, approval agenda for the regular meeting of September 8th, 2025.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Moving on to oral comments. Seeing from these cards here, they look like they're all related to the agenda today. And so we're just going to move it along towards, unless there's any other public comments. Is there any public comments not related to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. We'll go on to the consent agenda.
Mr.
I'd
Mayor,
like to pull
with the
item number
exception
seven,
of
please.
item number 7,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Got it. So Councilmember Manalo, we got item number 7. I believe there is a speaker here for item number 8.
Right.
So if we could pull both items 7 and 8, because we have a strong interest of people that are here, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve our consent agenda with the exception of item number 7 and 8.
So moved.
Okay. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So, let me get this. All right. So moving down to item number 7, amend traffic regulation to install stop signs on Eastmore Avenue at Alta Loma Avenue and Zena Manor. And I'll go ahead and,
Mr. Mayor, I think we have staff here, but I pulled this item not because of not voting for this. As we know, usually traffic amendments are pretty much regularly voted on through our council, and usually not any issues. But I pulled this item because in this room today, we have a room full of dedicated neighborhood community members who advocated for this for more than many years. And they're here in this room, and I want to acknowledge their leader, Marianne Seki, who's here with her husband, Don, as well as all of those in the audience, the Tagaro family, Driscoll, Paz, Tran, Bautista, Fridman, McClure, Wu, Kwong, Hussein, Ma Bear, and many more. But when you talk about having community engagement, Mr. Mayor, this community showed up. They worked, I think, if you remember, they came at one of our meetings, and our city manager was able to connect them to our director, Chu, as well as Shirley, the engineer. And I have witnessed the presentations in action, 2 meetings, in fact, where there was feedback from staff, but also just when you talk about good governance and action, this is really, really inspiring. And so I just wanted to acknowledge all of their hard work because this is not just one meeting. It's a culmination of meeting and voices over decades. One woman mentioned my child was in grade school and now she's in her 20s.
Right.
And so never giving up and working with the community. At the last meeting, the community did voice something that they wanted for a long time. And you may think, hey, this is something simple as a stop sign, but this is the safety of their community. And so this is a stop sign for us this evening by City Manor to approve. But really, what I see today is also community engagement at its finest. And I wanted to just applaud all of those that showed up and voiced their opinions. And it just showed how much Daly City is so special to hear the voices. And today is a historic moment to finally have that stop sign there, which you all have advocated for many generations. And because of you, the next generation will have that. So thank you so much. And I know there's a lot of you that want to speak, but I'm a full proponent for it. Thank you.
Through the mayor.
yes, Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Before the meeting started, we decided to pull item number 7. I wanted to recognize the mayor that agreed to have it pulled. But I think it would be good for the public to know so that if other people in our community have some of the same type of issues, what community can do. So if it's okay with my colleagues, I would like to hear the staff report for the public so that they will know exactly, and that way it shows the work. Also applaud our staff for what they did and how they engaged with them, because I think that they would like to recognize them as well and I remember us talked to Miriam, have Shirley come up and explain exactly what the situation was, give her staff report so we can all listen to, we have many issues in our community, and if anyone's out there, they will be speaking this community, but they know how community can work and how our staff is so responsive and that they worked very well. And hearing from Mr. Chu saying that trying to find a solution on what can be done by the people, for the people, and for public safety. So if
Great,
that's
thank
okay
you.
for our staff to
Of course,
report.
I think traditionally when we have items pulled, we usually have our staff members to
Yeah,
report.
thank you.
So I don't want to get it twisted that we just vote on the item without the reports.
Yeah, they were saying about just public comment,
Okay,
but.
not a problem.
yeah, Thank you,
Go ahead, Shirley.
thank you.
Okay, good evening, Honorable Mayor, City
Thank you, Mayor.
Council members. Tonight, staff is recommending that City Council amend the traffic regulations to install stop signs on Eastmore Avenue at Otaloma and Zeta Manor. The city received a complaint regarding the safety concerns at the intersection of Eastmore Avenue and Otaloma at Zeta Manor. An analysis for the multi-way stop control at intersection was using vehicle and pedestrian counts collected in December of 2024. Staff presented the preliminary results of the analysis to the residents on April 9th, 2025. The preliminary results indicated that the intersection did not appear to meet warrants for multi-way stop controls. It was explained during the meeting that stop signs are used to assign right-of-way at intersections, to reduce right-angle collisions, address inadequate visibility, but not to use for speed control. In April 2025, the city contracted with a consultant to collect more data and complete a traffic calming analysis at the intersection. Additional traffic counts and speed data were collected in May of 2025. A sight distance assessment identified visual obstructions for northbound and southbound motorists. Based on the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, sight distance limitation is an optional criteria to use to install multi-way stops at an intersection. Installing stop signs on Zeta Manor at Otaloma and Eastmore Avenue will address the sight distance obstructions for northbound and southbound vehicles due to on-street parking, building frontage, and fencing along Eastmore Avenue. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council amend the traffic regulations to install stop signs on Eastmore Avenue at Zeta Manor and Otaloma.
Thank you, Shirley. I would like to open up to the public to have their voices heard. Unless people on the dais would like to say something first.
I support your motion, Mr. Mayor, to open it up to
Okay.
public.
Okay, got you. So can I get a second?
Second?
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so our first speaker is Donald Secchi. So Donald. And just a reminder, I believe it's 2 minutes, correct?
I don't know why
Mr.
I'm speaking, but first,
Surprise, not like.
anyway, Mayor and all the councils, I'm here because we've been waiting so long to get a stop sign so we can safely cross the street and make a left turn, and also for little kids that are walking to Margaret. Pauline Brown Grammar School. And we've been trying for at least since 1947. Anyway, I'll give it to my wife. She's a better speaker than I am.
So I guess can we yield the time to?
Yeah.
No, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, she has a card, okay. Is it Yelena?
Marianne?
Oh, Marianne. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, here you go. So, Marianne Secchi, you have 2
Jocelyn,
minutes.
you took my speech, but I wanted to say thank you to our city council, mayor, city mayor, and I wanted to thank Pamela, Jocelyn, Shirley, and Richard. Is he here today?
I know.
Okay, because for once, as my husband stated, we've been fighting, wanting this stop sign for the safety of all. It's not just us. It's for everybody. It is a very dangerous intersection. And for once, we felt heard, really heard. You heard our comments. You went back to see if there was a way to solve this. And with the help, I wish everybody who lives on Zeta Manor, raise your hand so you could see how committed this little street is. It's a one that says, we are committed. We need this. We're not going to stop. And you heard it. We found a way. All we need is you guys to say, yes, it's done. And Richard told me that all we need is 2 weeks' notice to let the people know that a stop sign is going to go in. I'm 80. I've been on that street for 47 years. I can go in and out anytime I want. I'm retired. But we've got young families that have children. They've got another 40 years invested on this intersection. And so I fight for them. I fight for all of them to say, yes, this is a good city. They hear our concerns. They're willing to listen. They're willing to work with us to provide safety for all. So I thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Next speaker is Yelena Barrer. Is that correct? Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. I want to say thank you to Council Member Jocelyn Manalo to essentially providing your input and supporting us. Essentially, I've lived in Daly City the last 4 years before I lived in San Francisco. Over the last 4 years, I know we've been fighting very hard for the safety of our streets. I haven't been able to walk with my kids safely and cross the street because I'm simply afraid of taking my 7-year-old and a 13-year-old out there. I can't, I just can't walk. So what we've been doing is walking in our cul-de-sac, literally in circles, or I have to drive them away where I can feel safe in order for me to walk. But that's only one issue. Driving from our street, whether you're turning left or right, is another issue because when the sun is up or the sun sets down, you can't see anything. So I really hope we can put that issue to rest tonight. It is a huge safety concern. Again, I've only lived there for almost 3.5 years, but we have so many people from our cul-de-sac that have lived there so long, and I really hope we can get that stop sign, issue put to rest. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you, Lena. Our next speaker is Raja Kawas. Raja, did I pronounce it correctly? Raja, okay.
So, considering everybody's already said what I wanted to say, and also that my brother and I were born there, about 50 years ago? So yeah, we've been around for a while, and that corner's been it's been a fun little trek. Just thank you all for hearing us. Thank you all for taking the time to actually, get city manager involved, city planner, and engineers involved to take care of this. We appreciate that. And also, just as a funny aside, we even had a little spot check and a test of how that would be a 4-way stop with the recent electrical work that's been done on that corner. And honestly, traffic flowed just the same as it does during the week. So it was kind of a little spot check beforehand. But just wanted to say thank you very much and appreciate everything. And hopefully, everything goes the right way. Thank you.
Raja. Thank you. We have, our next speaker is Marie Kwong.
Good evening, all. I'm here at least 4 times already, and today I'm here again to ask all your support to give us approval to install the stop sign. And I want to special thanks Marianne. Knock on my door, follow my call when I get home, make sure I attend tonight's meeting. So very thank you for all your support tonight, and I hope this is the night to get it approved.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Delgado.
Good evening, Honorable, what's that? Council Board, and also my friends here, actually my neighbors. And I live on 43 Sita Manor, and maybe almost half a century, and I strive that maybe I could live another half of century, but not possible. But because we wanted that our generations, following generation, will be as safe as possible, and I am here to express my appreciation, our appreciation for taking up this item, this request to you, to the agenda, and we urge you to hopefully approve our request, because we know, we believe that your priorities are peace and safety of all the citizens of Daly City, whether we are at home or on the road. So thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Are there any other cards for this item? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to close public comment. Can I get a motion to close?
Motion to close?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Can I get a motion to amend item number 7?
Motion for item number 7?
Second.
We got a second, first and a second. Do we do a voice vote or should we just? Okay. So all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes, so congratulations. Comments. Sorry about that.
Oh, no biggie.
I know that there's a lot of excitement right now, and I forgot to give the opportunities for my colleagues to comment. And so I want to open it to dais. So I'm going to, Vice Mayor, would you like to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, folks in the area, I've seen a lot of you here before, and as mentioned earlier, this is what happens when you come before council and express your concerns. I'd like to first thank our engineer, Ms. Shirley Chan, because what I look for, first of all, you provided the why. And Ms. Chan provided, well, is this something we can do based upon ordinances that we have? And when I first started hearing her speak tonight, I thought, but you know what? She didn't give up. And she went ahead and had another further study because based upon you folks coming here, she felt it was important. So, Ms. Chan, I'd like to thank you for that. Mr. Suki, 1947 was a good year. I'm very familiar with that area and almost bought a house over there. So, sir, you beat me to the point. And the lady who's been there for about 3 years, oh my goodness, I'm only jealous. So, I mean, it's a great area, but I definitely know when you come out that street and it's like a blind curve. And again, coming from law enforcement, I get it. I definitely get it. Actually, if Ms. Chan didn't give her report, I was going to prove it anyway. So. But thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me the time to speak on this, and I'm very happy for you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Pranya.
First of all, I don't know. I have no light on my mic. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Here we go. So first of all, it's so nice to see so many of you again, because I recognize you and I see the perseverance of like, we're not going to give up because we don't want something terrible to happen to either ourselves, our children, or anyone who's going that way. So I wanted to thank you for all of you for standing up for what you knew was right. And I'd like to give good kudos to the city manager, Tom Piccolotti, because I recall the last time you were here when he said, you know what, we're going to do something about it. He did. And with his guidance and with the support of the council here and with the staff, you guys made it happen. So I want to thank all of you who live on this cul-de-sac for what you did. Thank you.
Well, again, this is what community does. So, Marianne, I've known you for a number of years, not 1947, but for a number of years. And then that area, people don't realize that we have so many great people that persevere. All they want is quality of life. They want to get up in the morning, not have to worry. It's the simple things in life that matter. And it does matter. And in the interim, I know because anything can happen to someone, and you just hold your breath that please don't let anything happen until there's a solution. And Mr. Chu, we want to thank him as well, and Shirley, because they, as you can tell, listening and trying to figure out a solution, having, as you know, and you got to see the process work. Because I think that was very important, even though it seemed like a hard process, but it was very important that way could spread to others. Because I know there's some people here in the public that have other issues around their neighborhood that we can't talk about. They're not on the agenda tonight, but they can rally their neighbors and then bring it to the attention. Because just because you don't live in that area doesn't mean it doesn't matter. Because every place matters, and safety, public safety is number one, and that's what you're here to provide as services for the people. And this is a big part of it: pedestrian safety, car safety, and when things get busy, we want good neighbors. So we have to think about what about that traffic, and look what happened. This is a result of it, and then perseverance, and then you got to make sure that people actually stop. But anyway, so it's a prime example, and I knew when it was brought up the first time, I said, okay, somebody's going to be like really persistent, and that's going to be a worker bee, and then all of you work together, and it's important. So, and you came out at night. So, and just to thank people, and that says a lot about the quality of people that we have in our community that we should treasure so much, and know that we're still a great community, and that matters about one another, and that one another is what's important, not selfless, but about each other. So, can't say enough, but thank you very much. And to those listening who I know who you are that are having some issues, that you can get your rally, and then you can just bring it forward, because it needs to be done for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Pass the mic to Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you. I just wanted to say it's done. Congratulations. So you all asked, what's the next process, and we're here. And so, thank you. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed hearing from all of you and working together. God bless you all.
Please say thank you for Richard. I wish he was here tonight to hear all the compliments, because he really heard our concerns, and he really.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chu.
Yes.
was here. And surely will convey it.
Yeah.
I wish he could hear it too.
Our meetings are recorded, and we'll let them know to watch from
important.
this to this. Thank you, Marianne, for your leadership.
Thank you. It was pretty wild, because I remember being on the council since 2018, and you all came multiple times, and the question that always came back was, are we waiting for a person to die?
Right, Mayor.
Right? And I'm glad that I'm part of a diastat and staff that recognizes
Yes, staff.
to represent community voices.
Surely.
And when I heard that, and then I have children that actually go to school at Westmore. I have a son that actually goes to school in Fernando Rivera. And, just from my own eye test and my own personal driving up and down that area, it is a very, very, like what Vice Mayor said, it's like a blinded spot, and it's dangerous. So I'm glad that we were able to, again, put this issue to bed. We could all feel a little bit more safer. And that's what we try to do within the leadership of our collective power. So thank you again. All right. So I had bad eyes. I didn't realize that there was an item for number 1. And is there a way I can go back? There was a public comment for item number 1. Yeah. So I have, so before we proceed to item number 8, I would like to call on Skylar Yen from Troop 333 to provide their comments for item number 1. And I have truly apologized. I thought that 1 was a 7.
Hi, my name is Skylar. I am the senior youth leader for Troop 333 of San Francisco. I'm here with a portion of my troop. We are here learning about our community through our merit badge program. As a part of that program, we are here to observe the city council meeting. Apologies, we cannot stay for the remainder of it, but we have learned quite a bit already. And I congratulate those who got their stop sign approved. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Skylar. I appreciate it. So I just want to say thank you for Troop 333 for coming through. I know that you probably want to be home playing video games and not doing homework. But thank you for coming and seeing what we do on Monday nights. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
yes.
before they leave, they can
yes.
take a photo.
If you could spare us a few more minutes, if you could just take a quick picture with all of us. Yeah. So we could just have everybody get information behind us. Yeah, of course. Come through.
Come on up. Yeah, this is great to see you guys.
Yes. Come on up. Never know where you're gonna land in a seat. You have even one of these seats, right? You can come closer so you come out of
If you don't bite.
There you go.
Take 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Come back and stay a while, right? Yeah, thank you for your leadership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Remember, this is your house. You guys.
Got that down. All right. Moving along to item number 8, approved consolidated annual performance evaluation report, CAPER, for the fiscal year 2024-25. 1-year action plan. And we have Lynette here to report.
Hello. Okay. Hi. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. So the staff recommends that council approve the draft consolidated annual performance evaluation report, also referred to as the CAPER, for the FY 24-25 action plan. As a requirement of getting funds, specifically Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and home funds from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, staff prepares a report that looks at how much we've spent and how we've spent it. So Appendix D of the draft CAPER shows the allocation and expenditure of CDBG funds during the program year, and we spent about $810,000 in CDBG funds. In terms of home funds, the city expended about $37,000 in home program admin. We have a conditional commitment to an affordable housing project, 493 Eastmore, that continues to apply for the state funding. And until it's able to get that funding, we're not able to fully commit our home funds. So we're waiting, and hopefully we will get funded soon. Some of the outcomes from the 24-25 action plan include the following. City Residential Rehab, in partnership with Habitat, has completed 2 residential loan projects with 6 others underway. Rebuilding Together Peninsula provided minor home improvement repairs to 3 elderly households. Peninsula Family Service provided subsidized childcare services to 27 children in 22 families. Life Moves assisted 45 households comprised of 147 persons at Family Crossroads, a transitional shelter for homeless families in Daly City. Project READ provided 19 adults with literacy tutoring. Project Sentinel conducted 10 audits and investigated 1 fair housing case, as well as offering counseling and referrals to 33 people in 13 households. And Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center provided assistance to 24 persons interested in entrepreneurship and microenterprise. In addition to these services, the city continues to make progress on the pre-development phase for the Early Learning Childcare Center. We've been having meetings with the architect, and hopefully we'll be able to submit soon for plan check. So staff recommends that the council approve the attached draft CAPER. And the draft CAPER was made available for public review from August 24th through September 8th. As a 15-day review period. If you, and I'm available to provide additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Linnell. Before we open up for public comment, do I have any comments from my colleagues on the dais?
I'll make it quick.
Okay.
No, thank you. Here we go. We try this again. There we go. Thank you so much. That is an amazing amount of work to help the residents of Daly City, from the literature, from helping them learn how to read, to giving them housing. I mean, for childcare. I mean, the list goes on. It's an amazing feat that you were able to do that, you and your staff. So I wanted to thank you. That's all I wanted to say is thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prano?
Yeah, I'll make it real
Councilmember
quick as well.
Bijamani.
We can't say enough about you, Linnell, with all your knowledge and trying to make things work. And we don't have a crystal ball, I know, and then we wish we did, for what we could do in the future. But I know that even I think the mayor is on the subcommittee or whatever, that there's things that we can look at, like you said, spread it out. Because rebuilding together, things cost money for them, like tools and things like that. And so their cost, so they can't help as many people as we would love that. So, but they have helped, and to hear the feedback from the residents is really nice. And thank you for all your hard work. And let's hope that next year, that we turn things around and there's going to be money there to help the community. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Manala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just honored to sit on the committee with you, Mayor, and regarding to these funds. And Linnell, thank you for your extraordinary work on this and ensuring that we really meet the needs of our community on the ground. I came from the nonprofit sector years ago, and we know how every single dollar helps. And when you look at the list of organizations here, especially Life Moves and Family Crossroads, we know how important having shelter, emergency shelter for families. And so, all of these organizations do remarkable work. And I think we do have, it just shows that we have a mix of resources going out to whether it's youth services, homeless families, making sure our economic engine provides those local individuals enterprise. And also, we need it now, Project Sentinel, in just ensuring those case management. So thank you for that. I think it shows a lot. We're working with a limited amount of funds, but our organizations and with your monitoring, making sure that we get the most out of these dollars. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Manalo.
I'll say a couple of things,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Linnell, I just have to shake my head because I'm familiar with the work you've done over the years. I remember being on that committee, and when you give us the list of all the folks asking for money, and I would say, why? Why? And you were just so patient, and basically you were bringing me along to teach me the reasons why. But as Councilmember Manalo says, all the different organizations, and we can't give to all. And with the leadership of the committee these past couple of years, I see a shift towards housing, which was at the perfect time. And this is a culmination of such. So I just want to congratulate you on your continued work in this area, and especially the allocation of CDBG grant funds. So great job. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Now with that, I'd like to make a motion for public comment.
So move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We have one speaker card for this item. His name is Carlos Reyes from the Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center. So Carlos, come on down.
Hi, Carlos.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Carlos Reyes, and I'm the program manager for the Renaissance Entrepreneurship Center, overseeing services for Daly City. I've been working with our clients here since 2022, and what I enjoy most is seeing local entrepreneurs turn their ideas into real businesses that create opportunity for their families and communities. The North San Mateo County team consists of myself, Program Coordinator Alexia Huerta, and Program Assistant Camila Arteaga. Together, we're proud to serve Daly City through direct CDBG funding, which allows us to provide no-cost support to local entrepreneurs and small business owners. Our services include one-on-one advising, workshops, access to capital, and marketplaces that connect entrepreneurs with customers. We work with childcare providers, restaurants, retailers, and startups, reflecting the diversity and creativity of Daly City. Services are offered in English and Spanish, and we're exploring other languages to reach more of our community. This past year, we served 24 Daly City residents, helping 9 existing businesses grow and supporting 3 new business launches. Beyond the numbers, we're making sure people have the tools and guidance they need to succeed. Looking ahead, we're excited to partner with the city to coordinate local vendors for the Pachanga and Top of the Hill festivals, bringing visibility and direct economic benefits to Daly City businesses. Small businesses are the backbone of this community. By investing in Renaissance programs, you're investing in opportunity, jobs, and a stronger local economy. Thank you for your continued support and partnership.
All right, thank you, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos.
Can I get a motion to close public comment?
Motion to close.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any other discussion, questions? No. All right, seeing none, I guess.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, something very quick.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Mr. Reyes, you've been here before, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You know, I'm bringing that up because all this money we give away, a lot of folks don't come back and say thank you or what they've done. So I do remember you. So thank you for that update. Keep up doing the great work that you do, and hopefully the committee will consider, hey, these folks gives us a report showing how they're putting our money to good use. So thank you, Mr. Reyes. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
That's a good point. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, seeing no other comments, questions, can I get a motion to approve Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, CAPER, report for the fiscal year 2024-25 and 1-year action plan?
Motion to approve.
Glenn Sylvester, second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. Okay, pass.
That's it.
All right, so moving along. So we move down to item number 16, zone change. ZC 04-24-16507, rezoning parcels to CC Commercial Cannabis Combining District is continued public hearing. And we have Michael Van Luxhausen to report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. As the council members may recall, this item was continued from the June 26th council meeting, I believe. yes?
Yes.
To tonight. There was some discussion surrounding the placing some additional parcels inside the commercial cannabis overlay zone. And the city council asked for this city staff to come back with a map that showed what the exclusion zone would look like around 6133 Mission Street. There was some public testimony delivered by members of the public that there was a daycare center located at this location, and the council seemed to express some interest in having perhaps a 500-foot boundary around that daycare center. And so included in your council packet is a map that shows the distance around that. Thank you. We'll go to that map right now. This is just the presentation that we delivered at the last meeting, so we weren't going to go through it all again. That's fine. And this is that exclusion zone map. So in the orange area shows the 500-foot radius from the 6133 Mission Street parcel. So some of the parcels that are located to the east and west, parcels located down Mission Street on the west are excluded due to their proximity from OLPH school. And there are some parcels that are west of Templeton on the south and north side of Mission Street that could be included inside the commercial cannabis zone, even with this exclusion zone, 500 foot from 6133 Mission Street applied. So this is essentially the map this council asked for at that time. If there's any other questions, we're happy to answer those, but essentially this is the information that we'd been directed to provide to you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councilmember Manal.
Thank you. I appreciate the circumference and the mapping that you have here. I think what would be helpful and not necessarily making or breaking any decisions this evening, but is understanding, or maybe we can pull up like a Google map, or I'll pull it up myself, is understanding how many more parcels to the right and the left that are viability. Because I mean, this is the exclusion, but I think we also want to see the bigger picture around, well, what is possible?
Sure. And we've actually counted those for you, and it looks like 6 or 7 parcels on the south side of, I'm just going to use the pointer here, on the south side of Mission Street, west of Templeton, here. And then there would be, it looks like approximately 4 to 5 parcels inside Daly City, of course, because the city limit's cutting through here with San Francisco. So 4 to 5 additional parcels on the north side of Mission Street. It appears that all of the parcels on the east side of Templeton and the south side of Mission Street, so these are excluded through the exclusion zone created by Lincoln Community Center. So those would be excluded by the city council's previous decision to exclude parcels within within 600 feet of that center.
Okay.
And yes, we can do Google Street View if you'd like. No, that's not a problem.
Isn't there opportunity on the side closer to Mission?
No, because this area is excluded due to its distance within 600 feet of OLPH school boundaries.
Okay.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we could probably zoom into this map potentially. Well, it's kind of hard. You can kind of see the areas here. They're excluded in this area, and it's hard to see at this scale. But that's essentially what's going on those parcels that are west of that 500-foot exclusion zone from 6133 Mission. They're excluded due to another proximity, essentially.
Okay. And then from our last conversation, this doesn't necessarily only mean storefronts, right? This could also be other uses?
In terms of cannabis?
Yes, for what we're looking at.
Yes, anything that would be allowed would have been allowed by the council's actions, the amendments made to the municipal code, yes.
Okay. Because I think I was the one that had the concern around the childcare. But then looking at the other uses that we allowed for, kind of brings me to a different place. I just want to hear from my colleagues, because, I mean, look, there's like really a small amount and not really any, it's like, we might as well not do this area. But why I'm saying this is I've seen so many vacancies at top of the hill. And so I feel like we're not providing an expansion of what could be. Because, look, it doesn't necessarily mean just storefront. It could be, someone, creating, I don't know, soaps. Right? And so I know I was the one that had brought this up, but I think in having time to digest and also realize, hey, and also me passing by that strip to see so many vacancies is not a good thing for us, right?
Right.
As a city. And so, yeah, I'm in a place where, like, let's look at what possibilities are. So that's where I'm at, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Aprania.
Okay, sorry, I had to make sure I was on. First of all, as I recall, when I was there for the ribbon cutting for the one at Val's, they have a guard there. So that's part of your requirements, is it not? If it's a store that sells items, they have to have a guard. You got to be over 21 to go in, correct?
That's correct. I just want to make a distinction between the different sections of the municipal code.
Right.
So before you this evening is the where.
Right.
Back in June, there were some amendments to the municipal code about how businesses operate, and that's a different section of the code. But you are correct. Security is required for the full hours that they're there. So yes, but that's in a different section of the code.
Correct. But I just want to make that point, because when people don't have the facts of how this works, then they might make a different assumption, correct? So what I was trying to point out is that if it was a store that went in there, number one, you have to be 21 or older. There's a guard there. So it's not like a child will wander in and say, hi, can I get some weed? Whatever. They're not going to do it. You can't do it. Okay, so that's number one. And then number two, what we discussed was giving the opportunity to people who want to be in business, be it as Councilmember Manalo said, they could make soaps, they could bake food, they could make candy, whatever it is. And they'd have to, again, if that was something, they would have to follow a certain set of rules as well. So it's not like we're saying, here you go, free for all, we're going to have it all over. Oh my gosh, the place is going to go to hell in a handbasket. It's not going to happen like that. So I think I just want to point out, sitting with our mayor on this committee and being educated, because I didn't know. And I think it's important because it is legal. The people of California voted for it, and giving an opportunity for people who want to begin a business or whatever it is. And I understand that it's very, I don't want to say complicated, but there's many rules that they have to jump through a lot of hoops. It doesn't just happen, right? And so I just want to say I'm glad that Councilmember Manalo brought up, we want to be away from the certain daycares, or in this case, away from OLPH. But on the other hand, there are vacancies, and we should give them an opportunity. They may not come, right? They may not come, but at least we give opportunity. They follow rules, right? And safety is a priority. And that's why there are so many different rules that you guys, or that have been put upon anybody who wants to be in this business. So that's all I just wanted to reiterate that, because I feel that when people aren't educated on what's happening and what's being, the opportunity, they may think that it's harmful, and I don't believe it is. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Prano. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you. So I have a quick question. I know that kind of close to there's a family clinic, a family mostly pediatric clinic that I don't know if, I think it's on, let me think. I know it's on Mission Street. Oh my gosh. Oh, where the UPS, next door to the UPS store, I believe. What address is that? Do you know, kind of, is that close? Because I know that
Yeah, well, we can look that up. It's
a family
it's
medical clinic
dental,
where small children.
pediatric dental. But pediatric medical services were not included in any
Oh, right,
of,
yeah.
of
I
the
understand. I'm
overlay
just wondering,
zones.
yeah. I understand that was not included in the exclusion.
That's correct.
I can't believe I can't think of the name. I was right next door to, I think, the UPS store on Mission Street. I don't want to delay you guys. But anyway, and then for me, that I guess, that we do have three already operating? One at King Drive, one at Val's, and one is Skyline back up?
Not yet.
Not yet, but it's going to be, I think.
Soon.
Yeah. And then we still have our zoning for approximately, I think they zoned it a couple years ago for approximately 7.
Right, and given, the zoning has been in place for several years, those don't seem to be areas where maybe landlords are offering space. So while we have those zones, we haven't seen any applications come in.
Yeah, I'm just
for them.
recapping mostly for the public, and then I know there's some people in the audience that were interested as well. And then and then the last ordinance, just for the public note, it was for different uses, distribution, or maybe I think that Councilman was talking about like making items like bakery with cannabis or something that's similar, or some other items. And that, yes, even though you have security and the age has to be 21, I know that there was a sting. It's not a sting per se, but even if you're under vaping or what have you, that people do give unfortunately, the fake IDs, and you can't prevent like everything. And then to attract other businesses, if you know, like the person I know that runs that family clinic, if she wanted to open up another family clinic on Mission Street, would it be advantageous for her once she found out that cannabis was next door, but she would have families coming that some of them don't even speak English? I don't think that would be advantageous if we're trying to fill up everything under the thing. I'm just saying to you that even though this is not really give you answers. And then tonight, again, I'm not trying to be all-minded, and I do think that there are medical purposes. How do we control the THC levels? And then we just talked about mental health and depression and suicide, and not saying that that's the cause of it, but I was just hoping that we could do something better. And I do know in Pacifica, some of the cannabis stores are closing. And South San Francisco has 0 cannabis, and in Pacifica, some of them are closing down. So I don't know if it's what the situation is economically, and that we're at the border again on Mission Street with San Francisco that already has right up the street and down, and we're trying. Everybody knows. My colleagues already know where I stand, because I think that yes, I want to support people bringing in businesses, absolutely, and top of the hill and all that. But if you're going to bring in a business, to be supportive of a business, bring one that's healthy and has a healthy vision for our children and our families, and we're pedestrians and multilingual community with so many different backgrounds. So for me, that even though I appreciate the child care protection, I know that the family clinic is not also protected, and I am aware of some other family small people, that some of them that don't even speak English, who are renters. So they're not even aware, or nor would they be noted for the 300 feet. It's only the business owners, which that's the regulation. That I don't think we have to think about the community. What would the community want? And then I know that Dr. J and all the people at our county health are trying to help so many people, and that over here at our youth health center with Mary Bear and the Asian Recovery Services, and they do deal with a lot of this. So for me, I'm not looking forward to spreading more. We already have some, of which, everybody knows that I wasn't a proponent of the last time either, because I think we just need a better vision. Although medical access, I get it, or the oil or what have you, there are ways to get that. So I want to make it very clear on the record, and I'm not against equity on businesses, but there are so many businesses that Renaissance helps that would love to have a storefront maybe, if they grow. So maybe they could start moving them in, or they could share a space from Renaissance, 2 or 3 of them entrepreneurs. That's working into some of the cities too. I think South City has that, and some of the other cities in our county. But anyway, so I'm just asking, and so I appreciate the time, Mayor, so that's all I have at this time. So everybody knows that I think this is not healthy for Daly City. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to give a brief history because I seem to be getting a little bits and pieces from my colleagues here, but I wanted to bring about what I remember and what I know. Prop 64 was passed by the California voters to allow cannabis, and I respect that. Subsequently, this is what the voters approved, and we should do what we can to follow the will of the voters. When this matter came before council earlier, I had requested a buffer zone, and the state, I was advised that the state requires a minimum, if I'm not mistaken, it was 500 feet. However, each city can define their own buffer zone. I had requested 1,500 feet to include schools, churches, and banks. After it's all said and done, we ended up with approximately 12 zones. And after further review from this council, we got it down to 6. I know one of our neighboring cities, Colma, had complained about the zone, even as it was in Daly City, but was close to the boundary line. We took it out. Another zone we took out was the Bayshore District. Another zone we took out was School Street. So it seems like what we have going on here today is an effort to bring back and expand the zones. I question the particular zones, especially at the area of Bayshore and Talbot Street, which was 500 feet from existing San Francisco cannabis location. But yet, it appears here again today. I recall that the mayor had asked one thing, and it really got me thinking. Well, do you know about the different types of business? Is it because you think it's retail? And I didn't, oh, wow, okay, manufacturing. Oh, okay, that opened my eyes, and I'm open. I heard a little term here tonight about being confused, and it's always been my adage or my quote, a confused mind will always say no. Well, I'm a little bit confused with what's here tonight because it doesn't seem like it was addressed. If I can place conditions on these locations that we are perhaps going to approve, conditions such as it will not be walk-up retail, it would be manufacturing. Okay, I can go along with something, but that's not what it says here tonight. We've addressed certain areas of Daly City, but not, you're asking to approve all of them. Councilmember Perano, thank you for your statement because after the last meeting, I went by one of our cannabis locations, and that was the one on Juniper Serra. You're right, they have a guard inside. And if you're not 21, you have a problem. I guess they didn't ask me for my ID because I just walked right in there. But anyway, as I was looking around, I didn't see any cannabis. I saw all other stuff like candies and my affinity for sweets. You know, I should try one of those. Oh, but that has cannabis in it. and whatnot. It was like a candy store, and I'm all for that. But I'm concerned about the foot traffic because they did complain about one thing. They park in the parking lot, and you know, you go to the automobile dealership and people, you go like Kragen's or, you know, and you buy oil and you leave your oil cans in the lot. You know they have garbage cans, but they complained to me about the cannabis store. People, they'll just sit out there in the parking lot and dump their garbage. Well, who's responsible to pick that up? Of course, the vendor. But my concern is the walk-up. Now, if I look at Talbot Street and the Bay Shore, you come southbound and exit 101 freeway at the Geneva exit, and you're going to head south, and it'll be on your right-hand side of the street, which would be the east side of the street. Well, who would do that? Can you imagine us being an enabler for a big Cow Palace event? Where do you think they're going to stop if they want to get some cannabis? They're going to stop there. As for the location on Juniper Serra, okay, but then you want to put another one in the same zone within 1,200 feet. I think we should leave things the way they are now, not create any additional opportunity areas unless we can put conditions on the type of business that's going to go in there. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I just have one more comment.
Okay.
I'll make it real quick. So in our community, we all know, but we all love our immigrant community, and many of them are voiceless, right? So when we talk about communities, some of them are now would probably not even come out and speak. They don't even know this is happening. So it's our responsibility, and I feel a strong one, that even though if we don't speak their language or whoever they are, wherever they come from, that we speak for them as well and consider their voices and what they want. Because when you move into an area, you're not sure what it is. And for me, I think we can do better. And our diversity is our strength and our love and then they're struggling. And I think that goes back into the mental health issues. And it goes throughout the family and translates throughout, and we need to have access for those type of things as well. Mental health clinics maybe, because I noticed that in some other cities, they have more availability. We have our youth center, but actually that is getting small now for them. They are really running out of room. So, and it's a good thing because they have the space, but it's also something that is our responsibility. Because I know that there's no doubt in my mind that the council doesn't care about our community. So thank you very much. But about the voiceless, our immigrants.
I'd like to say something about, because I feel like there's perspectives that seem very far-fetched, and there are some suggestions that are very, very pragmatic that I've heard. I think one is like, when I've had experiences going into cannabis clubs, you go in there, you have to give up your ID, right? And it's not like, is this legit? No, they actually put it in a scanner. It goes through security. And if you're not 21, if it doesn't show up on this thing, sorry, you out. Okay, so if you say, let's get some fake IDs, I want to see that work, because they must be some geniuses that can actually create some IDs that can hijack a system that is connected to a larger system that shows you that they're legitimately 21 and they're a person. When you say that I speak for the immigrant community, who says that some immigrants want to have access to cannabis? Maybe it's their way of going about their own forms of medicine. We can't speak on and creating this bold brush statement saying we've got to be voice for the voiceless and that we got to speak for them because all of them don't do cannabis. That is, to me, I feel like that's a very, very far-fetched comment to make. And so when I think about these different perspectives, I I don't want to get it convoluted with shifting and twisting the narrative, because I think right now we're talking about just equity zones. And I get the whole idea of like the foot traffic but I think us as leaders, we just have to provide opportunities for businesses to happen in Daly City. And when we talk about opportunities, sometimes these opportunities may never manifest. Like, how long has the one by by 99 Ranch been not occupied? We're still there's an opportunity. There are opportunities everywhere for it to be fulfilled. But again, it's by choice. It's by market circumstances. But what we can provide are opportunities. And if we're going to deny opportunities for these different things to happen, then we are shooting ourselves in the foot. Because what if they don't want to if they heard the concerns of our dais and say, yeah, Vice Mayor, you are correct. Maybe this is not a good place to put foot traffic up to the retail store type of storefronts. Let's do manufacturing. Let's keep it conspicuous. Let's keep it where it's just a brick wall. We do our business inside. Nobody knows what we do, but this is our businesses. But for me, I feel like, why are we shooting ourselves in the foot for business opportunities that other cities are capitalizing on? And that doesn't mean that I'm insensitive to those that, to substance abuse. I'm just saying that we have opportunities here. We have capital leaks that we can actually seal, and we can capitalize on using that money so we can have money for our public services, right? Because that money is going to be generated to tax. That's going to be money for our city to do what we can to make our city even better. But then again, the question is just the opportunity to have something in these areas. It doesn't necessarily have to be retail. And I just feel like we've passed this ever since we've been on council, and there hasn't been a lot of movement. So what's going to be in the forecast of like businesses coming to this area and wanting to start? Because I just feel, just from my own perspective, it's been slow. But the main thing is to provide the opportunities for businesses to diversify your businesses, to capitalize on a tax that our own residents, our own voters in Daly City agreed upon. It was TOT tax. It was cannabis tax. We passed it for a reason, and now we're going to say, oh, nah. Let's build more barriers and challenges to even capitalize on that opportunity. And so for me, I just feel like what we do as leaders is that we're not making the decisions of who is going to run the business, what kind of businesses are going to be there, but just providing the opportunities for these options to happen. And if we close down these options, we're not capitalizing on the opportunities that even our own residents, even in the state, even here in Daly City, have voted upon. And that's just like from my perspective. Yeah. Councilmember Manal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think one of the questions I do have is how many parcels would it be inclusive of this, not inclusive of the red zone, not,
How many parcels would be added?
yeah.
We'd have to count those real quick. It looks like it's only the parcels that are on this side of Mission Street, and these also, the ones fronting. I'm just gonna guess it's something like 20 parcels, 25.
I think, I think I'm in agreement with Mayor Dasmagwal as far as, we're looking at what is possible. And we've seen, I think, from when we did pass this ordinance, and in that respect, and that there are safeguards that have been, and I think, Vice Mayor, you're able to see it. I bet you they still check your ID.
I wish. I wish.
But, you know, there are safeguards in that respect. And as Councilmember Prano mentioned, there's actually a guard, right? But it doesn't mean if we pass this that it's going to be storefronts. We're also providing the opportunity for the manufacturing piece of it and other, you know, and so that's where I'm at. I know I had brought up the child care center, but in retrospect, when I realized then there's only going to be 3 parcels, then that's even a smaller chance. Then why are we even passing it, right? So for me, yeah, I would agree with Mayor. But I know this is the top of the hill. What is the other parcels that we're also going to be looking at this evening?
Bayshore.
That one right there.
We had looked at some parcels on Geneva Avenue and Bayshore Boulevard. shown in
Okay,
the red
and then
hash
did the buffer zone, is the buffer zone on here for schools?
The buffer zone map for the Bayshore looks something like this here.
Okay, so it does, it's not, it is away from
Those
the,
parcels are outside the buffer zone.
Yeah. And just to be clear, it's, the Bayshore would be one zone, but it's two non-contiguous areas. So there'd only be one, but there's two areas.
basically one parcel. One parcel?
No, there's two areas. There's a
Oh.
break in between, if you go to the area map.
Why did you guys break it up?
Because of the buffer zone, and actually because there's a residential section. So that area on Geneva is residential, where you're not, so there's a buffer and residential that's facing on Geneva.
Mayor, can I just
Oh,
make
yes.
a comment?
Councilmember Piranha.
Just something that was bothering me as we listened. I just, with all due respect on this one, not all immigrants are ignorant. And that kind of bothered me. If we need to be able to have things in different languages so that people are informed, but, not all immigrants and don't know what they're doing,
Saying they didn't know what they're
Well,
doing.
that's how, I'm sorry, that's how it came across, and I thought it better for me to mention that it kind of bothered me because of that comment.
Don't twist my words.
But I do see if we need to have things in different languages, perhaps to let people be informed, that might be another way to make sure people are informed, which is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Piranha, for those comments.
I'll make mine short.
Okay.
Thanks through the mayor. Yeah. So when we're looking at the Bay Shore area, because I know that they have across there, they have the Samoan Market right across in Hui Tavara, where a lot of young people come. And Debbie Varay brings even her little grandchildren there on that corner, which is not a part of the, which you can't, buffer zone. But I see where it says Pueblo, correct? And then there's another area. And then I know that even how far away is that from the Midway? Because I know that there's a lot of activity that they've been trying to help the youth in that area to try to stay out of trouble and do positive things. Not saying all the youth are like that, but I do know there's a lot of activity, police activity a few times, once in a while over in that area, and aware of that. And so, I don't know, I just can't see it on the Bay Shore. It's right there. There's another one in San Francisco. And again, provide opportunities, yes. Equity, yes. Businesses, yes, for the youth. But we see all those the electrical, they're all family businesses up and down there, every single one of them. So And the Midway really needs to be supported, especially into the new housing, and to make sure that the youth are given great positive things, like with the police athletic league, to build a relationship. So I can't support that part. Thank you.
Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you. I mean, this is just a comparison. I think this council voted on having a grocery store with liquor in it, and or not this specific makeup, but it was a grocery store with liquor in it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and we voted on it because there was a business owner that had got the licensing for it. You know, it's like, how are we now differentiating something that is now legalized in a way where it's still, I still hear the demonization of it when I think we're trying to move away from that, and that the voters did go to ballots and speak their mind, which I know Vice Mayor mentioned. So I'm just saying that there are protocols in place. We're saying it's not only storefronts, because what we approved was a storefront that sold liquor,
I didn't.
And so that was, that happened. So I think that
I didn't approve it.
it's really, looking at it's a multiple lens of, it could be manufacturing. And it's really the market, right? We're here as policymakers to kind of, to vote on the policy as a whole, but we're not necessarily, we don't know where the market's gonna take it at this juncture. But if we just don't do anything, then we just close that opportunity. Or where would the equity program live if there's not opportunity? I don't know, And I think didn't we have, and also an assessment when Chief Cameron Christensen came up, right? As far as like just how, when we're looking at the viability of the one that was actually a storefront, I mean, you provided us with a report. Yeah. So.
Vice Mayor Lynn Sylvester.
Thank you very much. I gotta say this and craft it in a way that I don't want to show any social economic concerns, but obviously to me that's what the Bay Shore is about. To answer Councilmember DiGiovanni's question, how far is a brand new development, Midway Village, to the proposed location of Geneva and Pueblo? It's 3 minutes by car, 12 minutes by bus. And that's a new development we have built there. Remember what I said during my last statement about coming southbound on 101, exiting the freeway, and who would stop at the Talbert location? Those who are probably on their way to the Cow Palace. I was making a joke of it. And it kind of backfired and came back on me because as I look at the Pueblo Street location, Geneva, that's directly right across the street from the Cow Palace. So if they pass Talbert, they can go here. Unless you've driven down Geneva and see such a decrepit state that it is with its stores, I feel that this is really not going to enhance and make things better. I believe we have a proposed project coming up where now the lot is up for sale. And I think they wanted to build 400 studios there. I think that's closed down now. I don't know the status of that. And my grandkids go to Bayshore Elementary School, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks away. How long is a city block? I think 1 mile is 5,280. And if you divide that by 10, each block, city block, is about 520. So if you multiply that 4, that's 2,000 feet at least. But it qualifies as not being in the buffer zone of 500. Again, my issue about the 1,500. So, I'm having a very difficult problem because I used to work this area and I know what that area is like. And I don't go down to that area unless I'm going to the Samoan store to buy some food or something's going on at the Bayshore block party or something like that. But I generally try to avoid the area, and it shouldn't be that way. But I'm not going to add something that may be detrimental. I think we need to work with what we have now. Well, probably hasn't worked because we had some places closed down. And I understand, we're just trying to create more opportunity. But if you can assure me that we can put it conditional as the type that can go here, retail, and make it manufacturing, or however we can decide as a council, then I'm willing to change my mind on this. Put some conditions on this, and something, a nondescript building where folks don't know what's going on inside there, have at it. Make all the soap you want. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just having fun.
I just want to piggyback on Vice Mayor. So do we have to go back to the drawing board in terms of if we want to put those parameters? How does that work?
I think there would be some going back, because again, the municipal code that gives the standards for the businesses is where the uses that are allowed are listed. It's not geographical in the zoning. We could move allowed uses into the zoning section, but that would be a citywide change. It would be an extensive zoning change. We could amend it in the municipal code, but again, that municipal code applies to all the zones. I don't know if we could create a distinction in the business license section of the municipal code to single out specific areas where only certain uses. I'll defer to the city attorney on that.
Rose, if you can provide us with some guidance, please.
You would have to go back and change the uses.
Got it.
And if you were to create conditions on specific areas, again, you'd have to establish findings as to why those areas would be particularly different than other zoned areas that were allowed.
Another, I'm just sort of spitballing here, but another option would be to create a second overlay zone that applies to these new zones, but I believe that would require renoticing. So it would be direction the council could give us tonight, and then we could renotice, re-agendize, and come up with, if that's the direction of the council, but create, the zones we have now could be overlay zone 1, and that's everything, all 3 uses, and then we could create this zone that allows 2 of the 3 uses. So that's another option.
But you would still need to go back to
Yes.
the uses if you were to create a second overlay district.
I'm going to go Vice Mayor Manal and then Councilmember Manal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think what would be useful is if you can just list all the uses except for the storefront that we mentioned. What are all those possibilities?
Non-volatile manufacturing, which is essentially making of soaps, oils, edibles, those sort of things that.
Candles.
And then some light distribution, so not a big warehouse operation, but just moving product to other businesses in a smaller quantities, and then retail. And then delivery as well. So you could have a a non-storefront where they have product and then deliver.
Okay, I think, Vice Mayor, you said something not storefront. I think I could work with the other uses, given the fact that there is delivery. I just want to understand what the point of sale is in that regard. If it's coming from that particular, if there was a warehouse, would that point of sale be in Daly City?
My understanding is that if the sale is from product that's in Daly City, that it would be, Daly City would be the point of sale.
Not where they deliver.
Yes, but I don't know if the finance director has a different opinion.
There are two sales tax that the city receives. One is point of sale, which if it is included, then that would be part of that 1% tax. And then there's a point of destination tax, where if it is the destination in Daly City, the half-cent sales tax would fall into that category.
So it could be double.
Could be both.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So, Vice Mayor, I think I'm, on my end, willing to look at like in a way where it's not storefront, but given the fact that all of those uses are available, then it still gives an opportunity for those that will be joining the equity program. Thank you.
Can I add on to Councilmember Manalo?
Vice Mayor,
I want
thank
to
you,
say thank you
Councilmember.
very much, Councilmember Manalo, because I'm thinking about our current locations that we have now. I don't know the reasons why some of them closed. I don't know. But I tell you what, if I was a landlord and I owned a shopping mall and somebody wants to open up cannabis, or what kind of cannabis, and if I know that it's for delivery, or you don't come in here and buy it, but we're just going to be delivering. We get product in the back door, and we just send our drivers out to deliver it. I'm all for it, But the storefront is what bothers me, and the walk up, and and the perception, that the landlords may have. Oh man, I heard you're running a cannabis shop over there. And, hey, it's my land. I can do whatever I want, but not all landlords agree to the same. So it's just my thought. Thank you,
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. So I'll make mine real quick. One is, I get that the Vice Mayor is saying, like, even if something is deliverable, but also if people has the word out on the street that there's cannabis, I'm not devil's advocate, then have you ever thought that somebody going to get robbed? Or it's going to be a target? And second of all, was that from Lawson Hall, which we just, where Pacific Islanders have, how far away is that and the Bayshore Community Center? Are those two also protected areas?
If you look at the area map on the screen,
Right.
those areas are included.
Yeah, for that and the
Look at the
Bayshore Community
Bayshore,
Center.
the three green circles, those represent the uses you identified.
So for me,
Outside of the area.
for me, again, I just think we can do better for those. Those people have been living there a long time, and we could do better. Thank you.
It's a half a mile.
Yeah.
Half a mile is 2,500 feet.
And, thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And they do a lot of walking there. Thank you.
So I'm really open to the vice mayor's plan. I think just given kind of like the circumstances and the perception of those areas, I would want to see like something that is like what's it called? A renoticing of another equity zone? Is that what we were trying to say? Making an amendment to?
So I guess my point of clarification would be, is this for Mission and the Bayshore, or are we doing Mission as is? And then for the Bayshore, there's a desire or direction from council to just limit it to non-storefront delivery, small-scale distribution, and non-volatile manufacturing for the Bayshore only, or for the Mission Street as well, I guess is the direction we'd be seeking tonight.
Yes, Councilmember Perania.
Just in listening what you said and listening what's going on, because the Bayshore has the same type of dynamics as that Mission Street area, it would make sense to have the overlay and give people an opportunity. And this is I think they work with an essence of marijuana, like an oil or something, so it's not like they got piles of marijuana, they're going to find somebody like, trying to steal it. So I would say, in following what the vice mayor has been saying, sounds more doable to have it, whereas it's a manufacturing or distribution. So that overlay in those two areas.
In Mission and Bay Shore, the direction is to do non-storefront uses.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
But the CC overlay applies to all the zones.
We can limit it to.
Could we create a new, not at this meeting, would that be at this meeting that we could make a limitation and call this a different zone, or?
You'd have to create a new overlay zone so
Okay,
that you can
so we'd have to
pinpoint
come
the
back.
areas, and then you can change the ordinance to include the different type of uses for that overlay
Okay,
area.
so then we would be back and renoticing the meeting.
And the other thing is,
a
may
different
I?
Oh, go
just
ahead.
do-
All right.
Is that we have how many zones? 7?
Yeah.
What is it? We have 7, right? Is it 7?
I think that.
Yeah, I
but
think
this is
so.
Right.
Yeah, currently.
Currently. And we have 2 that have stores, one that's maybe coming.
Yes.
But the other locations, perhaps you give that presentation as an option, because it doesn't seem like it's flying, due to the fact that, as I heard, some owners may not want to have a storefront, but maybe they may not be opposed to having manufacturing.
That's right.
That's all.
Right.
Why don't we just prohibit all sales on parcels fronting Mission Street and just change the existing CC overlay right now?
Can we do that where
I
we,
didn't hear you, sorry. What do you need to do?
well, but the overlay zone has the same title as the other. Can we make a limitation on an overlay zone tonight?
Can we just restrict retail sales of parcels fronting Mission Street and Geneva Avenue? Just put that in the CC overlay so that we don't have to re-advertise?
How would you do that if you haven't
The-
created
well,
a new overlay?
Well, right now, the ordinance just points to the municipal code, Chapter 5. But we could create a subsection in the zone that just identifies properties fronting Mission and Geneva as an exception. We'll come back.
We should come back,
We
only
should come
because
back.
it's so broadly defined in
Okay.
that particular section on the
Okay.
areas that you can have these uses. So it's pretty broad.
Okay.
We broaden it.
So for next steps, would this be known as a continuance?
I think you would renotice it.
We'd have to renotice, so we'll
Renotice it.
call it a table.
Yeah, we would table it and
And
just
we'd go back,
renotice
we'd
it. Go
have
back.
to go back to Planning Commission.
All right.
Yes,
So what actions do we take? Do we have to make a
No
motion or
action.
anything? Or we
No
just table it
action.
for?
yes.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
would just table it.
All right. Is there a certain time, due date that we need to have this?
We'll just bring it back since we have to do another
Okay.
noticing.
But we'd have to go to Planning Commission first, so
Gotcha.
there will be that built in.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. All right. So we will go ahead and table it. And I just want to say thank you to those, my colleagues on the dais this is what democracy looks like, right? In terms of getting the vetting in terms of the dialogue and different perspectives. And hopefully we come back with something that is equitable for our city. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tatum. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Rose. All right. Next item on the agenda is appointments, board commissions, membership committee appointments. Are there any appointments? All right, seeing none. Moving down to item number 17, reports. Are there any council committee reports? Okay, seeing none, we'll move down to item number 18, city council reports. Are there city council reports? Councilmember
I'll make
DiGiovanni.
it quick due to the, out of respect for the people in the audience, that I think that those that made it, the council, the Bay Shore Community they had their PTO event. The mayor and some others were there. And that was a great event as always at the Bay Shore Community Center. And then also most of us attended the Police Athletic League fundraiser. And what that does is give the funding to put into maybe sports or whatever to give our youth and maybe children something positive, so they can do something so we can create a great community and they build great relationships with the young people as well. So that was fabulous. Of course, the food is always good because it's Joe's and it's for our Police Athletic League. So I'll make it short because I know that people in our audience have been waiting. Thank you. Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you. Any other city council reports?
I just wanted to reiterate that there were, the Daly City Police Athletic League dinner was well attended. Council members Glenn, Sylvester, Jesslyn, and I, as well as Pam, were all there with city staff, some city staff and friends of the city, and it was a wonderful event. Joe's of Westlake, they rock, as always. Their raviolis are the best. And I just wanted to send out kudos to the staff, the board of DCPLA. I was proud to be a part of it, and I look forward to next year. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Prano. Are there any, Councilmember Manalo?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You know what? We actually did work and had a committee, even though it was the time I know we're off. So it was Vice Mayor and I that met for the Affordable Housing Council Committee meeting around Samtrans Park and Ride Lot. And so it's very exciting. We know that lot has been empty right by Colma for a very long time. They had come to us years ago because they need some approval from the state, but things are moving along. And I think that hearing from them that there's a movement, we are very excited to see this move through. There's not a lot of people that park there. It's definitely underutilized. And so, it's if I miss anything, I think it's something where we did ask Samtrans or agreed with them, which they were also willing to commit, is to have a development agreement along with that, with their affordable housing project. Is there anything?
Yes, if I may add on to that, Mayor, the pleasure, Councilmember Manalo, thank you for that reminder. That was a very good meeting because, you and I both want housing here in Daly City. And we also talked about, well, how big is it going to be? And, 200 units, 300 units. And I think the city requires 15% affordable, and they were willing to give 25%.
Yeah.
So it was a very good meeting. Thank you for the reminder.
You're right, Vice Mayor. When they said their numbers went up, we're like, okay, this is great. We're looking for it. Thank you for that number. I think that's the only committees we had, right? Or did anyone else? I don't know. But I also just wanted to say that that's exciting as far as on the horizon. When you see empty parking lots or a project for a while, you just hope that there's movement, and they have movement and monies, Mayor and Council. So that might be coming down the pipeline. And then I have for our City Council, I just wanted to say that it was really amazing. I think the Seafood City event was amazing to see the opening of it. And it's continuously busy. And also National Night Out with our community. Thank you so much to our Daly City police officers and all of our fire and emergency personnel, and basically all of the different departments. And it was really well attended in a different part of ceremony, which was really nice. And then I did attend the 2 town halls meetings with the Cedar Manor residents, which was a big win today. They are going to have their stop sign. And so wonderful for the PIT sign unveiling.
Yes.
And I so honored that
about that was a long time.
PIT and Reina really offered to wear their cultural wear. And I mean, that was so wonderful to be part of their cultural tradition. And when, I mean, to me, that's an honor. And so I want to say thank you to Pacific Islanders Together for that and Reina. And then also there was the Pistahan Parade. So those of you watching, it's been going on for many years, and it's not in Daly City, but in San Francisco. But I bet you a lot of Daly City folks are barning over there. But it was a wonderful parade and also festival, and had the honor to meet Vina Morales. She's an artist in the Philippines, longtime artist, and to be able to honor her. Back to school supply with our own DJ Keith O and Chewy Gomez, with our trustee Angela Powell, library trustee, which they really got a lot of backpacks and were distributed to the Daly City schools. And then from the last time I saw, the artwork is still up, right, from our amazing
Oh,
seniors.
yes, seniors.
And so there was a Dolger Senior Artworks. And if you ever have the time in our rotunda, please stop by because their artwork is phenomenal. And I just wanted to say, Mayor, it was so amazing. He's our hip hop mayor here in Daly City. But we did honor, and I'll let you speak on that, someone in our community to in the second annual Hip Hop Day in that regard. And so now we'll have an annual event because actually hip hop has roots in Daly City with the DJ mobile movement in the 90s. And it's, part of that history. And also was able to meet Bobby, the Grand Master in Eskrima, and just someone that has dedicated his life to teach the art form in the Philippines and martial arts. And of course, the Bayshore PTA, my kids really enjoyed going into the ambulance that they had there. They were playing with I think they're like imagining themselves as, I don't know, maybe being a tech one day, or EMT tech, but that's where they were for the most part. And I will have to say, Daly City Police Athletic League all the time. The food is amazing, and this time I didn't win. I didn't win a raffle, but next time. But always try to support, And then one also event that was really wonderful was honoring the opening of the last San Mateo BART Fair Gate ribbon
Oh,
cutting.
yeah, that was good.
Because, we needed those fair gates. It was so important for the safety of our residents, the workers going through Daly City BART. I just want to acknowledge our city manager when that was coming, to our city, being amenable to say, hey, we need to prioritize this, understanding it's a trickle effect to our local residents. So thank you for that. And then also, Teresa, Councilmember Proaño, I didn't know that, but, Daly City is so small. But I went to Connie's run, and I know that is your family member. I went to Jefferson, and so from a tragedy and what your family is doing to make sure domestic violence awareness is there and to honor the life of your family member, I was honored to walk with you and Phoebe. We did not run, but we walked. And so Cora, in partnership with Cora, that was, I think, a hot, beautiful day, but it was really to see all the advocates together. Also, the mother of Francis, Blizell, was there with her family and children. and all those lives being honored. And so I wanted to also share that. Thank you.
I just piggybacking, please.
Go ahead.
To know if this is on. Just touching to the Walk for Connie. There were 400 people there walking, and when it started, my relatives, Connie is my second cousin. Her dad is my first cousin, and it was tragic. But the family wanted to do something to help others and to bring awareness. And in the beginning, in the first few years, it was just family. So to see 400 people walking and supporting Cora and trying to make a difference meant a lot. And it was really nice to walk with you and Phoebe and to see, I got so many hugs from so many different people. It was nice to see a lot of my relatives who grew up in Daly City but moved away, and they all came back to support such a wonderful organization. So thank you for bringing that up.
And you just reminded me, because I remember having to hop over to South San Francisco. Our wonderful neighbors next door in the North County had their first Cultura Fest, which was just so amazing to honor different Latino communities. And it was their first one. And so, just us as a region together to celebrate. And I know that Mr. Mayor has more announcements to come as far as like what we're gonna do here in the city of Daly City.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. Councilmember Manalo talked about Hip Hop Day, which was on August 9th. I can't believe it's already been a month. But I think honoring the legendary DJ Apollo, who's part of the Invisible Scratch Pickles. I grew up watching DJs, and we didn't have YouTube back in the day. But what we did have are dubs of VHS tapes, and we saw these Filipino DJs that were actually revolutionizing music by using turntables like a musical instrument, but through like a band format. And so when I say like a band format, it's like you have a person that's a front man, and then a person that's a lead guitar, and then you have another person that's running bass, but then their instruments are their turntables. One person's in charge of the scratch, one person's in charge of like the beat, another person's in charge of another segment of that turntablist art form. And to see that evolved over the past 30-some years and to give flowers to those that are still alive. And I know DJ Apollo in his speech, he was saying that he went through a lot. And I think it's important to give people their flowers, their appreciations when they're alive, and to give the legends of hip hop, especially here on the West Coast in the Bay Area, their due. And we're gonna have a one next year, and it's gonna be even bigger. It feels like it's getting bigger and bigger, and I hope that the War Memorial can fit and accommodate everyone. It felt like a family reunion of mine. We're seeing former students of mine that now have their own line of clothing, to being business entrepreneurs, being practitioners and culture bearers of hip hop. That's inspiration to me, and it also adds to the enrichment of what Daly City has provided in terms of the culture of hip hop, in terms of all the different phases, from breakdancing to DJing to MCing to entrepreneurship to just finding a way of being. And it's actually pretty cool to showcase those folks and then share it to people in my classroom, because they were like, I had no idea like my uncle and my auntie was that cool. And so it cracks me up to see that, but then it's also important for them that their families are part of history and their families are part of hip hop culture. I also had the privilege to go to the Lions Officer installation on August 22nd, and I think I just want to say like thank you for their invitation. I was their keynote speaker, and I think one of the bottom lines that I got was just they're a whole thing of service, right? They don't do it for clout. They don't do it for money. They do it because it's important. And for people to do type of services, not just here locally, but transnationally, it's important for folks to have a sense of identity and purpose in terms of service. Looking into our crystal ball, we have myself, Councilmember Perano, and Councilmember Manalo. We're going to be setting off to Osaka, Japan, to participate in the U.S.-Japan Sister City Summit and connect with our sister city over there from Izumisanu. And so we're looking forward to the festivities, but also the workshops they're going to be providing. And also, I'm having the opportunity to participate in the World Expo in Osaka. And so we hope to bring you a very fruitful report when we come back. And I think a lot of these things are just going to enrich our connections, not just here locally, but internationally, and how we can make Daly City even more developed, even more beautiful, even better. So looking forward to that. And then if you want to look at more information regarding our list of festivals in October, we have one big one, the Kasayan sa Daly City. And then we have the Top of the Hill Festival, when we have our lead artists, Spawn Breezy and Anuea. And so if you're really big Hawaiian reggae fans, this is the one to go to. So come on through. You know, when they say that Daly City is a sleepy city, I want to say we challenge that because we are a city of culture, but we also are a city and community with a lot of heart. Okay, so I don't see any other council committee or city council reports. I'm going to throw it down to the staff. Nothing from the staff. Okay, so we have a handful of adjournments. I'm going to start with Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two. The second one I'm going to pass for next month, but I'll make mention of the name because this person was very special to me. I'll start off with the first one. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Recruit Officer John Marquez Psalms. You notice I said recruit.
Yep.
He suffered a medical emergency after completing a training exercise on Wednesday at the academy. Medical personnel treated him on site before paramedics took him to the hospital. Unfortunately, he passed away at the hospital on Friday. He was 30 years old.
That's sad.
The other one, I'm just going to provide the name and how special he was to me. Actually, I have the obit here, and it's about 2.5 pages, but I'm just going to make mention of him. And the next council meeting, I think I'll go into further depth. His name is David Paul Sieber. He was born in 1943. What makes him so special to me is he trained me when I first came into law enforcement. And what a great partner. If it wasn't for him having my 6, I probably wouldn't be here today. He taught me the right thing and definitely right from wrong, especially in dealing with people. So I'll talk more about him the next time. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next up is Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, I have 2 adjourn in memories. And the first one will be Captain Ruben Layson, and it is Marianne Layson's father. He was a retired United States Air Force and was born in 1936 and passed away in 2025. With hearts full of love and sorrow, we announce the passing of the beloved father, Captain Ruben Layson, who peacefully left this world on July 25, 2025. At Medical City Clark, he was 89 years old. Born in 1936, Ruben's life began in the Philippines, where he was raised with strong values of faith, family, and perseverance. In the mid-1950s, he took a leap of faith that would change the course of their lives forever. Following his father's recruitment into the U.S. Army, Ruben aborted the USNS General Alexander M. Patch with his mother and sisters, Nene, Merle, and Linda, to begin a new chapter in America. That ship, once a vessel of war, now carried a family bound by hope, courage, and love. It was on that ocean crossing that seeds of Reuben's own journey of service were quietly planted. After completing high school in the United States, Reuben answered his own call of duty by enlisting in the United States Air Force. Over the next 21 years, he served with distinction, rising to the rank of captain. His assignments took him across the globe, from the battlefields of Vietnam to the strategic posts in Okinawa and Germany, and finally to Clark Air Base in the Philippines, where he completed his final tour. Decorated with multiple awards and commendations, Captain Layson was not only known for his tactical skill and leadership, but for his integrity, humility, and unwavering commitment to duty. He was more than a commanding officer. He was a mentor, a guide, a quiet force of wisdom. Whether leading young airmen or offering counsel in moments of doubts, he had the gift for seeing potential in others and helping them rise to meet it. His influence extended far beyond the military. In retirement, he continued to serve others with the same steady hand and open heart, especially underprivileged children, offering support without fanfare and kindness without condition. Yet all of his roles, soldier, leader, mentor, none meant more to him than being a father. He was the proud dad of 5 children, David, Michelle, Marianne, Michael, and Jeff. To them, he was a guiding light, a steady hand, a source of unconditional love. He taught them how to live with purpose, how to lead with humility, and how to love with strength. His legacy lives on in their hearts and the values he instilled. Captain Layson's final chapter was marked by quiet courage. He spent 58 days in the hospital battling multiple complications of stage 4 prostate cancer. Though his body grew weak, his spirit remained strong. He faced each day with dignity, never complaining and never losing hope. Even in pain, he offered comfort to others. Even in silence, he spoke volumes. His passing leaves a void that cannot be filled, but also a legacy that cannot be forgotten. He leaves behind not only his children, but a lifetime of service, sacrifice, and love. His story is one of resilience and of grace, and his memory is a blessing. To those who knew him, Captain Reuben Layson was more than a military man. He was a man of faith, of family, of quiet strength. He lived with purpose and passed with peace. Rest in peace, Captain Layson. Your mission is complete. Thank you, Mayor. And I also have another adjourn in memory. And we know Liza Rebertura. This is her mother, Amelia Pagdayunan Rebertura. With profound love and sorrow, the family of Amelia Pagaduan Rebertura announced the peaceful passing on July 24, 2025 in Daly City, California, at the age of 95. Born on February 9, 1930 in Quezon City, Philippines, Amelia lived a long and grace-filled life devoted entirely to her family. In May of 1991, Amelia and her husband Ricardo Sr. migrated to the United States, embracing a new chapter as they joyfully welcomed their first grandchildren, the beloved twins, Romel and Rolly. Over the years, our family continued to grow with the arrival of more grandchildren. Despite making a new home in America, Amelia made it a priority to return to the Philippines every year to spend precious time with her children, grandchildren, and family back home. This unwavering commitment underscored how deeply family meant to her. Her home was a place of comfort, always filled with the warmth of a home-cooked meal she personally prepared, and the presence brought peace to all who knew her. Amelia will be lovingly remembered by her children, Romeo and Melinda, Roberto and Orliza, Olivia and Mario, Melissa and Nelson, Ricardo Jr. and Rosalie. Grandchildren Romel, Raleigh, Romeo Jr., Reina Joshua, Paola and Maddie, Matthew, Ralph, Rika May, Crizia, and Kaylee Jane. And her great-grandchildren Mia, Sabrella, Eli, Miles, Raiden, and Rory. Emilia is also survived by her loving siblings, Rodi Padayunan, Cora Padayunan, Ramondo, and Siling Padayunan Cloyofe. Those who knew Emilia will remember her for her meekness, quiet strength, kindness, and generosity in her own gentle way. She was a woman of deep humility, always thinking of others before herself, and her calm, caring spirit brought warmth to everyone around her. Her remains will be brought back to the beloved homeland in the Philippines, where she will be laid to rest beside her husband at Himalayang Filipino in Quezon City. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. And then on the last one, I'll hand it over to Councilmember Prano.
Thank you, Mayor. Today, I'd like to recognize Mrs. Kathy Lee. Mrs. Kathy Lee taught at Holy Angels Elementary School in Coma, taught many students in her 28 years. She taught three of my children, and I remember her coming. I sing at 8:30 Mass at Sunday Mass at well, now it's 8 o'clock, but it used to be 8:30 at Holy Angels, and she would bring her granddaughter just wrapped in a blanket, and that young baby is now starting high school. So it's I know. So I'd like to read a little something that the school put out on Facebook, and it says, "In loving memory of Mrs. Kathy Lee." It is with heavy hearts that we share the passing of Mrs. Kathy Lee, a beloved former teacher and vice principal of our Holy Angel School community. Over the years, she served in joy and dedication in so many roles, teaching second grade, fourth grade, eighth grade, and serving as our vice principal. No matter the role she held, she poured her heart into every day, inspiring both students and colleagues with her kindness, wisdom, and genuine love for teaching. Mrs. Lee was known for her ability to see the best in every student, encouraging them to reach their potential while reminding them they were deeply valued and loved. Generations of students carry with them not only the lessons she taught, but also the compassion, patience, and faith she modeled. She was truly loved by all students, parents, and fellow educators, and she leaves behind a lasting legacy of inspiration, warmth, and care within our school community. Her presence will be greatly missed, but her spirit will live on in the lives she touched. I will just say that looking back, when she retired, she went to Simply Uniforms, and she was still helping students with their uniforms. She would have us. Her husband Peter was sick for a number of years, and we prayed for him, and he's healthy now. And she had a brain tumor, inoperable brain tumor. Until the end, she shared her love of students and Disneyland. She loved Disneyland. She will be missed, and I just wanted to honor her because she took her life to teach so many students who are now grown, and hopefully they take her kindness and spread kindness in their community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Prano. So with that, I'd like to provide a moment of silence in memory of their lives. Thank you. So this meeting is adjourned, but council members, please don't go anywhere. All right, so let's go ahead and go right into Daly City Housing Development Finance Agency. This is a special meeting. And so public participation, to submit a comment in writing, please email the city clerk at dalycity.org and write public comment in the subject line, in the body of the email. Include the item number and/or title of the item, as well as your comments. All comments received by 4 p.m. will be emailed to Housing Development
thank you.
Finance Agency members, included as an add to packet on the city's website prior to the meeting. Those comments received after 4 p.m. will be added to the record and shared with the Housing Development Finance Agency members following the public meeting. Comments are not read aloud into the record. So with that, can we get a roll call, please?
Ms. Giovanni?
Present?
Ms. Parano? Present. Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Ms. Manalo?
Thank you.
Present.
Dr. Rod?
Present. Okay. And so we have one item here. Item number one, developer interviews for the 12.5 acre site located at Carter Martin, housing successor parcel at Carter and Martin Streets.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and members of the agency board. I think this is kind of an exciting meeting.
Yes.
This is to interview two prospective developers for a parcel that is owned by the Housing Finance Agency. With the dissolution of redevelopment in 2012, this 12.5 acre site owned by the Daly City Redevelopment Agency was transferred to the Daly City Housing Development Finance Agency for the purposes of developing affordable housing. In 2019, the city released an RFQ and a developer was selected at the time. The agency and staff negotiated with the developer for a few years. Unfortunately, with Bridge Housing, they were the selected developer. Unfortunately, they weren't able to move forward with the project. So staff recently met with a council committee to talk about next steps, and they were supportive of releasing a new RFQ, which was done July 25th of this year. This new RFQ looks at some of the limitations that were since added in California state law related to the Surplus Lands Act. So the RFQ is targeting development that is exempt from the Surplus Lands Act requirements. We released it July 25th. The response date was by August 25th. We sent out the RFQ to 170 individuals representing over 30 development firms and organizations. Meeting the deadline, we got two developers responding, A Legacy LLC and Human Good Affordable Housing. Summary of their development is listed in Exhibit B, but this evening you'll be getting a full presentation from them, so you'll hear from them directly. When we released the RFQ, we had a schedule in it. We identified that the interviews would happen this evening, which you see here. We tentatively slated the selection of the developers for the September 22nd meeting. I believe there could potentially be some conflicts there, so the agency board may want to consider September 22nd or pushing it to October 14th, but that's the will of the agency board. In your packet, we've provided 6 questions that the agency could ask. We will leave the parsing out of those questions to the chair to determine how to do that. Follow-up questions could be asked, but we just wanted to provide questions that would be fair to both of them, both development teams, but there could be follow-up questions related to the developments they're proposing. They have each prepared a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation, a maximum of 10 minutes, so that you can be acquainted with the team and with their development proposal. So, without further ado, I think in past we've gone in alphabetical order, but I would leave that to the chair to decide.
Let's stay with tradition and go alphabetically.
Okay, so that would be, A Legacy then would be first.
I was gonna do a coin toss, coin toss like football, but I don't have any coins on me.
Do you mind controlling the book? Good evening. Glad to be here. My name is Eugene Cross. I serve as the CEO of A Legacy, so we're very excited to be here. On behalf of A Legacy, we want to express our gratitude to the members of the Daly City Council, Bayshore Revitalization Committee, Economic and Development Department, agency staff, and the citizens that remain of this wonderful city that we hope to develop in. Thank you so much. We appreciate that you taking time this evening to review our proposal for the Carter Martin site into a unique community space for living, gathering, and a center of activity. A Legacy is founded by four like-minded individuals with unique professional expertise and cultural background and experiences. We also have a common purpose to strategically develop affordable housing communities in California and throughout. Next slide. Sorry about that. So here's our team. Team is comprised of myself, CEO. I have been engaged in infrastructure development projects for the last 25 plus years. My role on this particular project in the company is to oversee capital raising and do commercial and lead the commercial and technical due diligence. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida and went to GC here in California before I let it expire. Renzel is our CSO. She leads our community engagement and is focused on, has strong ties with the API community and is an active board member of FASG, which is Filipino American Service Group Incorporated in Los Angeles. Alvin's to my left is our CTO, project execution expertise, he also focuses on commercial and technical aspects of this pre-development project at this point. And then we have Nefeli, who's also Nefeli Shantnotsi, who is our COO. And so she handles all of our day-to-day activities, responsible for engaging with our advisors and consultants, and helps, once again, with the day-to-day operations of the organization. So, next slide, please. What we've been able to do since we sent over our proposal, RFQ proposal, or statement of qualification, we've done some more work on building the massing plan. And what you're looking at here is a detailed look at what we propose for the Carter Martin site. And what you'll see there is there are a bunch of amenities, and we've also think we're at a sweet spot between anywhere from 400 to 448 units on the site. So so examples of some of the amenities include a grocery store. We also have, entertainment activities, tennis courts, and we plan on also including a urgent care facility. Next slide, please. So some of the other tangible benefits of the community, and this is where we really first started with some of the cartoon images, but now we're building the massing diagram and lining that up to make something that's more realistic. But in general, the development will have all of these features. We intend to have all these features. And we're really excited about some of the other tangible benefits, especially with regards to direct financial impact on the tax bases of the city. So we're also, as I mentioned before, looking at anywhere between a sweet spot between 400 to 480 residences or units. We'll have a multi-living parking structure, and of course, this facility or this development, we are excited about the opportunity and the of increasing the labor force, the job creations that will be here. So, quite a bit of benefits for this particular project that we know will translate through generations to come. And then there are some intangible benefits too about the project. And we have a person, part of our team, Ranzel, who knows about she's our lead in community engagement, and would like to spend some time speaking about our strategy for community engagement and the three-prong approach.
Thank you, Eugene, and thank you to the council. So this isn't just a project for us, it's a passion, and we want it to benefit not only Daly City, but the surrounding community as well. We don't want to be the type of developers that come in, just build buildings, and then move on to the next project. We want to be engaged with the community, and what better way to build for the community than to hear from them directly. Our community outreach strategy is broken down into 3 parts. We have our pre-development, design phase, and post-occupancy. For the pre-development phase, we spoke to some of the residents in the surrounding areas, and as Eugene mentioned, top of the list was grocery stores, restaurants, and entertainment spaces. We also spoke to some of the local businesses around Carter Martin site, and they asked for ample parking since events at Cal Palace tend to impact local neighborhood parking. Another said they would love a rooftop lounge to hang out when getting off of work, and there was also a request for a K-12 school. For the design phase, we'll have a community advisory group and host some design charrettes in multiple languages so the community understands what we're doing every step of the way. Since the people of Daly City don't know who we are, we plan to partner with organizations like Pacific Islands Together and other local nonprofits to help us reach the broader community. For the post-occupancy phase, we want to continue serving the community with regular engagement, such as cultural events, resident forums, and even sharing our annual reports if they're interested. This isn't just a legacy project, it's a project for the people and by the people of Daly City. So now a project of this scale takes a lot of work, and Eugene will share a little insight into the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranzel. Yes, takes a lot of work. Next slide, challenges as well. And this is our opportunity to, the next couple slides are really our opportunity to give you a little bit about our personality and how we do business. We want to be transparent, talk about the challenges, and of course, how they translate into opportunities that if we work with the city, how we can achieve. And then next slide, and this, of course, the previous slide was in anticipation of some questions we thought we were going to have. But this slide right here gives you what we're looking at and what we're dealing with our investors on in terms of what's the proper mix for opportunities with regards to rent and the density of the development. And so we're constantly changing and adjusting these numbers based off of new information. But we wanted you to have an idea of how we want this to be a relationship that meets your needs and you understand the box that we're working in to achieve what the city is looking for. So, again, being transparent and letting you know what's going on. This is a great way for us to start that relationship, so we appreciate that. Next slide, please. So timeline for the project. So this project, of course, is a, we're expecting upwards of a $300 million project. And the timeline for that project, we've really started working on some of the pre-development in 2024, identifying the site, dealing with investors. And now we're at the point in this project in 2026 where we want to make a decision, go, no go, based off of whether some of the things that we need, like the commitment or at least the E&A in place so we can start doing some of our due diligence work. And that also feeds into our capital funding process. There's a lot of environmental work that needs to go into it as well. And then hopefully we're planning on starting construction in 2027, first phase ending 2030, second phase of construction in 2029, completing in 2031, tongue-tied here, and then the lease up in 2030. And it's important that we break them up in phases so that it meets the investors' expectations and it helps out with the return on income, ROI and IRR for this particular project. So more to come on the project timeline, the specifics in terms of the financing, and then our needs in terms of the support we would need from the city to put in place the documents we need for financing to demonstrate that we have site control. And then there's a commitment from the city so that we can engage or at least move forward with some of the initial relationships that we have with both our equity and debt partners in this particular for this particular project. So I thank you for your time and open for any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Eugene. Kelvin, say, do we do questions now, or do we wait till all the presentations done, then we do the questions? Or what's the, or there's just the presentations, right? And then,
Well, no, I mean, the questions are for tonight. We could do the questions now for each one. Both development teams were provided the questions in
okay, and
advance.
it's embedded within the presentation.
So
Gotcha.
they will be prepared to answer
Yeah.
them. But you can ask them after their presentation, or you could listen to both. It's really
Okay.
up to the chair.
Let's listen to both, and then we'll have questions, Q&A afterwards. Yeah, does that work?
Or-
Works, everybody? Okay. Just want to have everybody have a fair shake. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Uh-huh.
This. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. Thank you for having us. I'm Peggy Lichtart. I'm the Development Director for Human Good. Oren Hillel cannot be here. He's with Waterford, a very large market rate developer. His wife is 9 months pregnant, so he decided not to come. But we also have
My name is Christophe Laverne. I'm an architect. I'm a principal at HKIT Architects.
So we feel we put together a pretty good team in 1 month for this project. Our team is Beacon Development Group, which is the arm and leg of Human Goods Development Company. We have over 25 years of experience in building senior affordable housing. We build in California, Oregon, Philadelphia, Nevada, and Idaho. We also own 23 life plan communities in all those states also. We have over 7,000 units. Waterford is an experienced, owner-driven, diversified real estate investment firm. And we partnering with them so they can do our market rate units. We will also plan to have a PACE center. The PACE center, as you know,
will be for the seniors. It's a program, all-inclusive medical for all the seniors that live at the property right there. And Christoph will explain the actual proposed concept.
I'm also going to quickly introduce HKIT. We're going to be the lead on the design team side. HKIT is a one-office firm. We're based in Oakland. We have 62 employees right now and growing. And we have 3 practice areas. We do K through 12 schools. We actually work with Jefferson Union High School right now. We do housing, and we do senior housing and affordable housing both. And I run the senior housing practice area, which includes both the market rate and the affordable side. So I will be the principal in charge, leading the design team, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our proposed concept. So we have proposed a split of the parcels into 2 parcels. One which would be the market rate parcel, which would be along Carter Street. That's 125 units, market rate units. And then we're proposing on the other parcel, which is mostly along Martin Street and a little bit on Carter, the affordable senior housing and the Pace Center. I should say that the 125 market rate units will be type 5 wood construction over concrete podium. And I'll show you some very, very early schematic massing views so you can see how that sort of configuration works out on the site. And then the senior housing is also 3-story over a concrete podium. The Pace Center will be 1-story. So here's a view from the east looking west and up the hill. So near the bottom of the hill, right now the concept shows that podium with a courtyard on top of the podium and the 3 stories of housing for seniors above that. The senior housing is consisting of almost 100% 1-bedrooms. We will have one manager, which will have a 2-bedroom unit. But otherwise, it's all 1-bedroom units. And then up the hill is the multifamily market rate housing, and that is yet to be defined what the unit mix is going to be. This is another other view, a little bit higher up. This is looking mostly south from Carter. You can see we're taking the development all the way to the end of the site and putting the parking and access to parking on the back side, on the hillside. The portion of the site where the multifamily housing is located is mostly flat, and it drops very quickly behind there. And then, again, the affordable housing is mostly on a flat portion of the site. I'm going to let Peggy talk a little bit more about the approach and the finance.
Yeah, so Human Goods approach is we begin with early stakeholder engagement and close coordination with the city and to align in our land use, density, and community goals. HKIT already has prepared a preliminary site plan. Our approvals, our team has successfully navigated local entitlement and state funding approvals in multiple jurisdictions. We anticipate pursuing streamlined approvals by building on our established relationships with planning and housing agencies. As you know, we build quite a bit in South San Francisco. So we have 3 properties there. We own 1 property here already in Hillcrest Gardens in Daly City. Our financing, I'll go through on another slide. And we plan to phase and develop. Yeah, we'll explore a phased approach that allows market rate and affordable components to advance in tandem while activating financing timelines and funding cycles. This ensures early activation of the site and efficient delivery of housing units. And construction, our project team partners with experienced general contractors who have delivered large-scale multifamily and senior projects. And our operations is Human Good will manage all of the senior housing, and for Waterford, they use Greystar, which is a $50 billion company, and they will manage the multifamily. Our financing plan for the senior affordable, we've done multiple financing through 4% and 9% LIHTC. We use tax-exempt bonds, gap financing. I don't know if the city has any funds, but we work very closely with the County of San Mateo and the state HCD. We would have some deferred developer fee most possibly, and other local and state resources. The market rate housing will use conventional construction loan, permanent financing, and private equity investment. The PACE Center, I'm working right now with this San Mateo Health Plan. That's the only group that you can work with to build a PACE Center in Daly City at this time. And we already work with San Mateo Health Plan on our projects in South San Francisco. Similarly, our outreach strategies we do on all our projects. We have very inclusive outreach. We will design a process that ensures voices from all parts of the community that are heard with particular attention to engaging seniors, families, local businesses, neighborhood associations, and historically underrepresented groups. And we also do bilingual. We'll have those people present, and we're very transparent with our communication. We will provide clear, accessible information about the project timeline, objectives, and potential impacts through multiple regular updates and dedicated communication channels. And then always have two-way dialogue.
And so we do outreach almost every single time we do an affordable housing project, and more often than not on our market rate projects as well. But ultimately, our goal is to create a project that reflects the aspiration of the Daly City resident, while advancing broader community needs such as affordable housing for seniors and high-quality multifamily homes and supportive services. I think that's all I'm going to say about this. I mean, we can talk, if there's some questions at the end, we're more than likely to give a little bit more color on our approach and more specifically how we do outreach. And I guess this is essentially the end of the presentation. We were going to have this slide up while we answer the questions.
But we can
Okay.
just go back and do the questions.
We can come back and do the questions unless well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I'll wait to do
I think that's the end of the presentation then.
Thank you.
So, is this where we ask questions?
Do you want to do
We
the other
have
group?
Exhibit A, which
Okay.
has the questions, so
where's
you
that?
can, pull up one of the teams and ask the questions that are listed, and then if there's any additional follow-up questions as they're answering, certainly you have the ability to do so. And how you want to assign the questions. All right.
Yes.
So are we talking about the projects, the two bids here? The project area is the same, correct?
Yes.
It's the same site.
Same
yes.
site.
Uh-huh.
And then it's my understanding, we're talking about 75 low income and 125 other units for regular sale. And most of the units are one bedroom, you said, correct? For the seniors, one bedroom, correct. And then you guys are talking about a possible health center, depending on who you work with, correct? And, okay, and then on this side, I heard 400 units, grocery store and a health center. When we talk about those, are they just ideas in the air, or is there some substance behind the grocery store and a health center?
You want to get this?
Yeah. What do you mean by substance behind?
Well, I mean, I could say I like to have 4 swimming pools and, you know, I mean, I could tell you what I want, right? And I'm asking is when you're looking at this project, is it something that it's a for sure thing? The grocery store, the health center?
Actually, commercial spaces actually bring in more revenue for us than residential. So what's really nice about the mixed use space is that that kind of compensates for some of the affordable housing units. So it's in our best interest to have the grocery stores, the mixed use, yes.
Got it. My other question with regards to this project is, so number one, we're looking at something that's mixed use. The other side, no mixed use, just housing. The second is, would it be in phases then?
Yes.
To do your first phase, right?
Yes, that is
With
correct.
the commitment to complete the other phases, right? Because I
Yes.
heard you're different, 2029.
Mhm.
Okay. And with regards to low income, what is that percentage?
Yeah, so we satisfy what the RFQ requires. We want to have 75% low income, so at the 80% AMI range.
Okay, 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to write some stuff down. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so out of the 400 units,
75% will be at the 80% AMI level.
and if people don't understand that, what is that?
That is, so it depends on the family size. I wish I had a table up, the San Mateo County table that shows AMI categories by family size, but I think it's approximately $109,000 for a single person family, and it goes up to, I think, is that correct? I have to pull up a chart potentially. Mm-hmm.
The one family is 197.
And so the remaining units, the remaining 25% of units, approximately 12.5% will be for the 100 AMI category. And then the remaining 12.5% units will be for the 120% AMI category.
And how many within those units or within those buildings, how many, because it's going to be mixed use, how many different, what type of businesses would you be trying to market there?
Yeah, we want stuff for the family to enjoy. So we imagine lots of eateries, restaurants, places where people can gather and enjoy food and meet with each other. I think definitely the grocery stores. We also want a daycare and senior living kind of mixed use space. There have been some research studies that show that's beneficial both for the youth and for the senior residents. You know, a lot of this is preliminary. Once we do our due diligence, once we have the ENA and we see how much construction is going to cost, we are aspirational. We'd like, you know, some of the people that we interviewed, they say they miss the bowling alleys, they miss the movie theaters. A lot of that has gone away, and they'd love to bring that back. Yeah, just think.
So in our current pro forma, we have.
Sorry to make you get up, but we want people to be able to hear what you say.
Our current pro forma. So we have an allocation for residential space and commercial space. And so the commercial space, you know, we're always trying to achieve that balance that is attractive for the returns of our investors. And so, like Alvis had mentioned, the commercial space, you know, it per square foot is a little more profitable, but we also want to balance having enough affordable housing to satisfy the needs of the city. So these are more than just pipe dreams, but they're actually in our pro forma right now.
So when we talk about grocery store, knowing that that area is in dire need of a real grocery store, like you're saying Safeway, you're saying, you know, not just a small Trader Joe's or whatever. Supermarket, yeah. Dry cleaners.
Yes, for everyone.
You know, yeah, right. So that the community, even though you don't live right there, if you live within the vicinity, you're able to go use it. Is that something what you're looking at?
Yeah, so the grocery store will probably be on the first level of the mixed-use facility.
Mhm.
And so we're going to have shared space, parking on the first level in some areas. Then on the outside, can't remember the streets, that corridor on the outside. So that's where people can access the grocery store, whether or not they live in the community or do not live in the community. So access there. And then a couple other amenities too. We have, in the middle of the facility, we'll have, which is already designed, we'll have some tennis courts, some experiential type of features that benefit the local people in the community as well as the residents as well. And so, and then the other thing that's really nice about this development is the Cow Palace is right there. It's an anchor, to really Daly City, and it provides once the restaurants and eateries and stores, it will be another access point or point of activity for the revitalization project in the Cow Palace area.
Just a question regarding parking there. So if you place a grocery store within the units, right? Let's say a supermarket, right? And to make it accessible for the neighborhood, which they're in dire need of it. Would there be additional parking so that people in the community could come in, not just the residents?
So something that's not easily visible on these specific renderings is that there's a large drop-off on the other side of, can I get up there and point? There's a significant elevation change that goes into the back, and that allows space for a multi-level parking structure. Yeah, we anticipate approximately 3 to 5 stories of parking structure there.
And I'm sorry, how many levels? Is that four levels up, or how many levels are you thinking of? Well, you said there's parking,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's commercial, and then 1, 2, and then 4 more up.
Yes, so it would be three levels of residential, where the plaza level is for the community to enjoy, like the commercial spaces and activities. Oh, thanks.
How do you work in? Have you been working with like the buses, and I mean you don't have BART over there, but commuting, or has that been something you guys have been working on?
That's definitely in our interest to get this to have a transit-oriented design. We want foot traffic. That would benefit the whole community if we can easily get people here. You want to? Yeah. So we have some access points here. I mean, we haven't spoken with transportation yet, but we'd like to start those conversations. Yeah.
It's a topic that came up in some of the surveys, and so we want to make sure we address those topics in terms of public transportation. Now, going back to your question about the parking, so the parking, because there's 100-foot grade drop between, I guess that would be the westmost portion to the eastmost portion. Then there's to level everything out. There may be more parking levels towards these areas right here, which is fitting because we were looking at the grocery store being around in this particular area to access. You don't have to go inside the complex to access the grocery store. All right.
Besides this project that you guys are envisioning, what projects have already been completed that would be something like what you're proposing here that you've already worked on?
So for us, I've done mostly projects this scale in energy storage. So nothing projects like this in this scale, meaning the size. So acres, several hundred acres. Same scale in terms of costs we're thinking about, but in terms of affordable housing projects, we work with a number of folks in my network who have done this particular project, and there are these types of projects and can or who are currently acting as advisors and consultants. We're going to bring them on. To me, this project is very similar to the projects that I've done in the energy realm. You got to find the site. You got to go get the financing. You have to do your environmental studies. You have to do your engineering and design work. You bring everything together. You have a notice to proceed. Once you get obtain a notice to proceed, then that's when you get your funds to start building the engineering and start construction, mobilize the team. This is a residential development. In some cases, less complicated than an energy type of project. So we're fully comfortable, at least I am, in terms of executing this particular development. Because all of my developments and for energy-related projects include a land component. The land component is huge. Once you obtain the site control, there's so much that can go on, that needs to go on. And the first part of that is the site suitable for the development that you want to build on the site? And that's what we're trying to get to right now. And so we have investors willing to engage, just need an ENA to start with that. And then, the other piece of it too, again, being one thing we like to, we're transparent. If we didn't think we could do it, we wouldn't be wasting your time. There are other things that we can do as well. So we know this is important. We like the site. We like the location. And then we have a network of folks. So I work quite a bit with GCs, general contractors, EPCs, engineering, procurement, construction teams. And so having those relationships, they enjoy, and they pivot as well from energy to residential mixed-use developments. So there's a number of folks that I've doing business with that are interested in working with me based off the history and the success I've had with other projects on this particular project.
And with regards to the trades, the unions and the trades, with a project this large, that would be who you would be working with? Well,
so the general contractors, so you'll have all the same trades, right? You have the electrical, you have plumbing, but for a project of this size, there's going to come a time where you need to have a PLA or some type of labor negotiation agreement, and that's something that we would like to work on, because it's a way of using kind of allocating the number of local people in the community who would work on this project. It also gives you a breakdown of journeymen and senior level type of workers on the particular project. So in California, you can use union or non-union, and so it just depends on what the city is looking for in terms of what, if they want some type of formal union agreement for this particular project. It's open, and there are trade-offs, and so we can have that conversation about the trade-offs.
Thank you.
I don't know if you want to go and ask the same questions to our other applicants,
Oh, yeah.
or
That sounds like a great idea.
just to keep it fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a section, I'll bring it back.
I'm sure you were listening to the questions with regards to, I know you specifically spoke about a health type
Health
of
center.
center. And what I looked at was
Thank you.
in looking at your proposal with the 125 plus the 75
200
units. It's a much smaller project than was proposed with the with A1. Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, go ahead.
given, on July 25th, we got
Closer to the mic.
on July 25th, we got an email, so we wanted to respond to Linnell as quickly as possible. So we got our team, who we normally work with, HKID, and we really closely looked at the land. We really investigated the elevation and wanted to see what we could build. This could be a phase one, but I mean, we like to do our due diligence. I want a realistic project. I want housing for seniors. I want, a diverse community. So that's what we propose for our initial. If we go in there and we could see we can build more density, put in a grocery store. Waterford is very experienced on commercial, then maybe we'd look at this. But to look at it for 1 month and to see what we could see, this is what we propose.
I understand.
That's realistic.
I understand. I was looking at your papers here. You indicated that you did a few projects in South San Francisco.
Yeah.
With those projects, were they primarily housing?
Yep.
Or did you also have mixed use?
They're just senior housing. We do have we work with the Rotarians of South San Francisco. They're our partners. We build a community center for them, plus the housing. So there is some commercial space.
Right. And then in San Francisco, I believe you had another project in San Francisco, Casa de la Misión. It looks like you
That's
work
an
with Mercy
HKIT
Housing.
project with Mercy. Yeah.
Yes, that is correct. So again, that's a little different. The first level, is that mixed use or is that space for the residents?
It's space for the residents in the case of Casa de la Misión. Yeah.
And these were all one bedroom? If these for seniors, was the?
No, so this was a Mercy Housing project, and it was it was not my project, but I'm trying to remember. I don't think it was seniors, so I think it's multifamily
Okay,
housing.
so you'd have 1, 2, and 3.
Exactly, 1, 2, and 3
Whereas
bedrooms.
in your senior housing, you primarily, why would they need more? It's not like they're bringing the kids over, right?
Right,
So it's
exactly.
senior housing. No, I get
We
that.
don't like to we prefer to give them 1 bedrooms rather than a studio.
Sure.
So we always will give them a 1 bedroom.
Okay, and what would the square footage be for 1 bedroom senior
They're
housing?
usually 600 to 700 square feet. Yeah.
And they would have in-house laundry, or would they be a community
It's
space?
usually communities.
Communities
We often have laundry rooms on each floor.
on each floor. Well, that makes sense, yeah. For the seniors, so they up and down.
Yeah.
And
And one
Go ahead.
last thing, but we don't have it on our, we will always have a van or transportation for our seniors, so we, constantly, like we have projects in Carmel where we up in the hills, and then we take our residents down into town on a regular basis.
nice, okay. So what I'm seeing is that we're looking at 2 different ideas, right? We're looking at one that's a senior housing primarily, and then we're seeing a project that's for the community. Not that senior housing is community. We're all getting older, okay? So no,
But
don't.
there is also the market rate, which is families. It kind of balances out to their point also for the financing, to have a market rate, diverse. We could look at possible affordability. 120 is pretty high for affordability if you can go that high. But we're looking at deep skewing for our seniors, 30%, 40%, meaning their incomes are as low as, 41,000, 51,000. And that's who we're serving, very deep skewing affordable units for seniors.
Okay.
That's what we focus on.
Sure. No, we get it. No, I get it. I just realizing that these 2 projects, both amazing, but it looks like to me it's just a little different, depending on what the community's looking for. Both are admirable. I understand that they're trying to give us something that's going to be 75% low income, whereas you're focusing on a very important, group of the community as well. So I thank you. If I forgot it, it's getting a little late. If I forgot any other questions,
No,
but I
that's fine.
appreciate your time. And I'm going to pass it back to the chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Then Councilmember Manalo?
Sure. This is a question that I think was brought up. These are the questions that we have for them this evening.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I think this is for both of the entities this evening is, what is your financial plan for this project? Will there be key financial resources used to finance your project, and this financial plan consistent with a time frame included in your proposal? And do you foresee any project delays due to funding shortfalls or access to capital? And is your financial plan reliant on federal sources which might not be available in the next few years? So I think the premise of this question number 2 is, I know both have said that they've had experience in the development world, but where to date is the feasibility of getting the investors?
Yeah, so for the market rate, I'll go there first. I had Lauren respond to this, but they will use conventional construction loan with perm financing and private equity. Waterford has the financial and organizational capacity to deliver projects of this scale through many different capital sources. In addition to existing market rate equity and debt partnerships, Waterford also has the capability and previous experience in capitalizing projects through creative financing, such as municipal bonds. So if that's what the market rate, we can get that done with Waterford. Human Good, Beacon Development Group, we're very nimble. We've got a new project in South San Francisco going to San Mateo County. They've got $44 million out. We're going to be there on Wednesday for this project. We have close relationships there. Not that that's what gets you it, but if you have a good project and you know what you're doing, you can get the funding from the county level and the city. I don't know if you all have any funds, but the state. So we will apply for every funding source we can. Waterford will also help with gap financing for the affordable if we need it. And we partner with other nonprofits, and Human Good has a large philanthropic fund also, if we have any gaps. So that's our plan. The bond test just changed, and y'all know about affordable housing from the big beautiful bill. So I think there's going to be more bond capped available in January.
Thank you. And I think that question goes with also a legacy. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I feel like Hope Man. So,
I got it.
our capital readiness was in place in February. And so we had started working on this particular project. We've been engaged with this for, at least on our side, since 2024, but we just didn't have the site control. So anyway, we have a term sheet. We have a term sheet that we have paused on for $300 million for this particular project, which now that dollar amount has increased. So we've told the investors they like the preliminary returns. We've been working on the financial, the pro formas for about 6 months now. We told them as soon as we can get to that point, when we can obtain the land and get site control, a couple other things that go with that is our phase 1 environmental studies. But the seed money that we'll need, at least the equity piece of it, is on pause now, is on hold, because we don't have an E&A in place. So once that is in place, then we can start to accelerate the capital waterfall, so to speak, because the debt piece of that is going to come once we do construction, right? So construction loans, most of that's the debt. So we're prepared to go back and that term sheet was part of our proposal, but we asked that it be removed because it's commercial information, and before you display that, it's advertisement that the company doesn't want to have out in public. But anyway, so we're far along, and that's just one particular investor interested, Cow Palace is very attractive. This area is very attractive. And so once we talked about the demographics, we talked about the features of Cow Palace, the opportunities in Daly City, and then what we bring in terms of a culturally themed type of project, and what we have with grocery stores, understanding what the history is, and understanding what we like to build and enhance what's currently there. We have some investors that are willing to play. Now that was 4 or 5 months ago. So now the markets change, and I told them that I'll be back in touch as soon as we're able to lock in on the ENA. All right, so I feel comfortable. Can't guarantee anything at this point because I don't guarantee. I feel comfortable. Now the other question. So 70% debt. 70% equity. 30% equity, 70% debt structure. We're going to have a phased-in approach with the debt piece of it. And so phase 1, phase 2. So it's a waterfall, which makes it look a lot more attractive too. We could talk about the details on how that will look. And then just wanted to revisit. So hopefully I answered the question about where we stand financially and are we ready for that? And so the answer is we are comfortable with it right now. We still have to dust off the relationship and reset it because it's been a couple months since they gave us. They've been asking, when can we get this done? When can we get this done? So if we have good news, then I'm expecting it to be expedited. So it's on pause now. And then there was a question I wanted to address about project and experience. Didn't think I did a good job with that. And so the project work that I've done about $2 billion worth of infrastructure projects. Okay. Size of projects throughout the United States, North America, and South America. I'm the boots on the ground type of person. I manage the teams. I'm the one who builds the presentation decks. I'm the one who builds the business cases. I'm the one who raises the capital, and I'm the one who builds the teams. And so this to me is an extension of what I've done in corporate America, but now bringing my legacy in on this. So we're very comfortable, very confident. I'm dealing with some very intelligent people in the organization. So experience is there, commitment is there, dedication and hunger, which is what I like. So that's all I have to add.
Vice Mayor Glenn Sylvester.
All right. All right. I'm just going to lay it out on the table as I see it. I don't hold back anything, and I'm going to tell you what I see. First of all, I'm not making a decision tonight, and I can tell you that right now because we just got this information. You ask us to go through it and come up with something. From what I can see right now, I can see some pros and cons. I'm familiar with the area, and so is everyone else on council. When you go down Martin Street, we're talking about a 2-lane street going down. The addition of this extra property will put a strain on our infrastructure, especially with traffic. I pick up my grandkids at the Bayshore Elementary School, and I go down that hill, and it's going to get busy. Not unless you have public egress through the Cow Palace of some way, shape, or form, I don't know. Which brings me to the point, I got one for 200 units, I got one for 400 units. Just think about the infrastructure is what I'm saying. As for my colleagues here on council, we can ask for the world and want so much. I'm hearing grocery store, I'm hearing restaurants, eateries, childcare, medical facility, and I know one council member, and I'm not going to name the name, is going to say, I want more open space, and we should have open space. Now, I will say for a legacy part, when I first looked at this, and I wrote down a term here, cultural theme. I appreciate that because Daly City is more about culture. But I look at vacation theme. When I look at this picture, I'm thinking of cruise ship. You ever been on a cruise ship? That looks like a cruise ship to me. I mean, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. And I appreciate that. But to be frank, I think 400 units is too much. So I just want to put that out there. Number two, I hope some of you got the hint. Daly City is a union shop. And you're going to score a lot of points if you do union. And I know that it's going to bring about more cost, but we are a union shop. So I just want to get you folks thinking about that. So that's my concern right now. And, going through all this. And thank you. I think it was A Legacy. You spoke to part of the community already, and they had made mention. I caught on to that. But I didn't hear that from you folks. And no, I'm sure you're going to come back and say yes. But I appreciate the work that you've done in some of the projects that I've seen. The one in South San Francisco, Councilmember Perano was talking about that, and I said, oh yeah, there's something to show for here. So it's just my thoughts, Mr. Chair, and it's quite a bit, but I'm putting everything up on the table. It's just a comment. You don't have to answer. Comment.
I wanted, Mr. Glenn. So
you don't-
there's a last page on that deck that gives you the number of units and the rental price. So you can come down. We can have 100. We can have 200 units. 300. So
I was
there's that
giving you a
flexibility.
hint. I'm hoping you guys and folks would play into that.
Right,
Maybe
right.
we don't want 400. Maybe if you reduce it down to 200, but you give us all this other stuff,
Okay.
So it's just a comment. I don't need answers right now, but I'm just letting you know what I'm thinking and what I'm looking for. I don't know about my colleagues, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Vice
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember.
I don't wanna, did you wanna ask the other people? I thought we asked. Did you ask both?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, I did. I just wanna make sure. I don't wanna step on Councilmember.
Oh, no. We pretty much asked the same type of questions back.
About labor, right?
And
For the South. Yeah.
it's my understanding, though, too, if the project's large enough, at a certain size, it just comes into play. That's my understanding. Is that correct, Tatum?
Typically, on larger projects, you will see some union labor. However, that's not necessarily the equivalent of a PLA or something along those lines.
Yeah.
So it's whether the council's looking for something like that or something like prevailing wage, an agreement to use prevailing wage, which may be required if you're using federal funds.
The one thing I forgot to make mention, I'm sorry, Councilmember Manalo. Screw me once, shame on you. Screw me twice, shame on me.
Yep, right.
Is that how that goes? In other words, we got burnt from this last ENA. And ENAs are not going to be given out lightly. We want to have some sort of, it's not a guarantee, but we want to know, we don't want this stuff to be held up for years to come and, we can't build on it anymore. So that's what we're going to look at also as well. But thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, speaking of which, so, because it was my understanding, just to piggyback on Councilmember Perano, that locally in our area, in our Bay Area, it's usually that cities like South San Francisco and all of us usually favor, we're labor-oriented cities. So just putting that out there. And then as far as, I didn't receive, because I received the printed, I didn't receive the questions, but if it's okay to ask the engagement, I just want to make sure I stay on the chair. Is it okay to ask the engagement part? Okay,
Yeah, that works. I mean,
okay, is that okay?
I guess it goes around in the same question as number 3. Describe how your team will work with Daly City community and the benefits your project will bring to the larger Bayshore
Okay.
neighborhood. Please describe your neighborhood outreach
No,
plan.
that's okay, that's legit, okay. Thank you very much for your guidance. So, based on that question, because I read through a lot of the information, I know that you guys, the first people had been doing their little research first, but I want to, as the vice mayor said, put it out there. There's different cultures that are moving into our new Bayshore area, and to consider that. And to also consider the cultures that are within the Bayshore School and the cultures that are within our senior friendship committee that meet, because they are longtime residents, seniors that have lived in there 50, 60 years, and they are probably one of the most active, I would say, community. They meet at the Bayshore, and so that they can give their input. They live there, and they're very active. And also in that community, in the Bayshore School, a lot of the families are also active, and they're multicultural. And as far as different languages, I did see some, but I do know we have a large Burmese community. We have a large Latino community. We also have Middle Eastern community. We also have, because I saw a few languages, which, I respect that and got that, but it's some of the new ones also are moving in. And I think great feedback from those established, they are very established. And then, of course, I heard it mention our Pacific Islands Together, which they're established in a home on Lawson Hall. But to meet with the board itself, I would say, I think that would be a good input, because a lot of them are Daly City residents. Some live in the Bayshore, and they'll be dealing with their community as well. And that's just putting it out there for you guys to expand it, because we are more than just one unilateral. And when it came to grocery stores, we need to expand it to make sure that within that grocery store, because even our local Safeway, they've really taken a good things. You can get some Middle Eastern things, or you can get kosher, or you can get, different things, Latino access to some products, but not all. And then we have a Samoan store already there on the Geneva, so considering not to overcrowd and make sure that we preserve our small businesses that are there in the Bayshore. I think that's really important. Like, it's great to set up other things, but we want to make sure that they continue to thrive and they continue to be supportive as well. We have a Tahitian dance group. We have everything. So please consider that. And I think that our Director Tatum has all that information as well for people in those particular areas. And then one more, or just one question?
I was trying to get like
Chair?
a comment or question per council member.
Oh, okay, just and one comment.
Editors,
Okay,
Councilman Manalo,
that's
Vice
fine.
Mayor.
That's fine. Okay, so that's what I say for now, and then we have the fastest growing aging population in the state in San Mateo County. Thank you. That's what I'll say. Thank you. Things that know the area.
So this is, so it's my turn. So this is my take-home question. What is the legacy of your project for our community? Why you? And then since you're already standing up, we'll have Eugene go ahead, go first. So I don't have to, and then so why you? What's the legacy that you want to leave this community? This is gonna outlive our terms, our lives on this council. What is it?
It goes beyond money. It's really about how the residents, the children, the interaction between generations, how they're able to impact the kids to do things like this, similar to kind of scale them, reach out and think about, what's doable, what's possible, because our legacy, the folks that represent the leadership team, we started off in humble beginnings, like a lot of the kids here in Daly City. So we're hoping to transfer that legacy amongst the younger generation, and then also the legacy of having. I had a grandmother in the house who took care of me. That relationship with my brothers and I. So it's more about more about the intangibles. We'll figure out the financial piece of it. We'll make the deals work, but it's a matter of how we can invest in the younger generation and continue to make that and continue to build that, right? A lot of times, if you go back to my neighborhood, it's not a place you want to live in, even back then and even today. But we want the legacy to be, or at least we want this to be an area where it only gets better, and we keep investing in it because it has produced leaders, and so yes, we want this to be a successful project in the short term, but we want this to be generational. So that's the legacy we want to live behind. A generational facility, place that has modern technology, resources, healthcare, grocery store, healthy living, things like that. And it's its own community that's able to take those folks that live here and then allow them to go to other places of not just not just California, but throughout the U.S. and the world and make an impact. So that to me is a legacy that I'd like to see.
Great, thank you. And then if we could have our take-home response, what is the legacy of your project?
I don't want to use their firm name in vain.
Oh,
But we do have a legacy too that we hope to leave Daly City with. Thank you for sharing. No, I think to put it simply, our legacy is to deliver quality housing with a special focus on seniors. It is very difficult to get affordable care for seniors, which is why there's this synergy with the PACE Center. The PACE program is really quite amazing. Provides care through Medicare and Medi-Cal to seniors who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford care at all. And so here we're providing housing, low-income, affordable housing, and care directly adjacent. So it's I think a pretty special opportunity here for an amazing site, great views. And so, we're excited about it, and I don't know if you want to add to the legacy.
Yeah, so Human Good, their mission for all of their properties is to live your best life. And that's what we want Daly City residents to do and have, to live their best life while they can. And that's what we would provide.
And
that's...
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sylvester. I just want to point to that first bullet point. We want to support diversity. It is really truly a goal, and community building. The project is not successful if it doesn't build community. And building community, again, I'm insisting on the whole senior piece because the most I want to say dangerous thing for a senior is isolation.
Wow.
It is actually measurable in terms of loss of life, and being able to build community for seniors is really, really important. This is what Beacon and Human Good does so well. And so, this is a big focus of ours, and I'm sorry we didn't bring it up initially, but it is up on the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, next steps, before I hand it off to Tatum, I just want to say thank you to both of our applicants for staying up with us all night. I think the Vice Mayor had a saying, if it's
all night is all right.
If it's all night, it's all right. So I'm using his words. I just want to say thank you for having, spending your time with us. It's Eugene.
If I may, what timetable do you have?
Well, I'm gonna hand it over to Tatum, and then Tatum will give us more direction.
Manalo.
Oh, Councilmember Manalo, sorry about that.
Just one thing I want to reiterate, and I think my colleagues did mention about using like, local labor, or if, I think the importance of it is how it trickles down to the local economy and all of that. But, there is something down the line in which the mayor and I will be working on directly that will be talking about like a community workforce agreement. So that's an overarching document that if it's a city parcel or city project or whatnot, that I know the mayor and I will be working on an ad hoc committee. And so I know you all are developers, just to know that that's also a work in progress.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder, Councilmember Manalo. And then I'm just gonna hand the baton to you, Tatum.
Sure. So in the RFQ, we put a tentative timeline together. And again, it was tentative. So we had selected September 8 as the night of the interview, so we are on track with that. But we did we did identify September 22nd as the meeting for the council to select the developer. There may be some scheduling conflicts with the September 22nd meeting, so it's at the agency's discretion. The meeting following September 22nd would be October 14 or 13? The 13th.
October 13th.
And that was identified as the night to
October
select the
13th.
developer. And then once the developer is selected, staff would work with the development team to draft an ENA that would also have to then come back. So that could be done fairly quickly following developer selection.
Okay.
So is that still the same schedule? I thought there was some discussion about maybe needing more time to go over. I think I heard that. Is it
Again, the timeline had identified September 22nd as the date to select, but the agency board could consider pushing it to the October meeting.
Yeah, and I think, if it's October 13th, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go for it.
I think what's really, if staff could provide us really information where you provide a grid, one project is the same. We see it's very different, but an analysis side by side, how many units, what's I think it's going to be helpful. Okay. We know they're different projects, but, and with these two projects, there would be a development agreement, right?
Ultimately, the first step would be an ENA. That would be the time for the development team to do due diligence, design, look more closely at the site, provide a better development plan. And then ultimately, yes, we would be moving towards a development, disposition and development agreement.
Great. Okay. So we have all our information. Should we select a date now for the time instead of waiting it out? Okay.
Yeah, because we're looking for direction from
I would propose for the later date that is on October 13th, given that, we have some of our council members going to Japan. I think it's just a smarter, in giving us more time to read all this information and then putting together for the staff, or for the staff to put together the grid. And I think that's probably the smartest thing to do.
Okay.
Are we good?
Good with it, Mayor. Yeah.
Pretty good?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay.
Can I ask you a question, Tatum? Again, I don't want to be burned. If we give an ENA, how long is it enforced for? Can we require specific performance?
Absolutely. So
Okay.
when the agency reviews the ENA that the
Right.
staff will bring forward, you can have different milestones and timeframes.
Okay.
And how they would extend if they need to extend.
Okay.
Oftentimes we give the city manager some authority on some extensions and then the agency for additional ones. So we can certainly work that out.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that comment, Vice Mayor.
Can I have a quick question?
Go right ahead.
So Tatum, also, in looking at the two proposals, there's one proposal that gives us specific projects that were completed or they've been worked on or working on, and it helps the history of what the developer has accomplished, you know? And whereas I think it should be, we should have that for both. Because I think it's just one that gives us history of projects that they've accomplished.
They both have a list of projects, but
But I don't,
I believe A Legacies are listed in one of the appendices, but they are infrastructure and battery energy storage projects.
okay, right. So that's, you know, so it just makes it, I was looking here where I could actually look at projects that were completed, how many units, what they are. That's helpful. It's not the same.
Right, because there's not specific housing developments. This would be the first housing development for A Legacy.
But, so regardless,
And
so
maybe
that's it, but it might be nice to see other projects that they've envisioned and accomplished to give us, just to show us kind of, you know what I mean? It just makes it easier to see. I like council members saying here, we don't want to be burnt, and that's, you know, something important.
All right, y'all. Thank you for everybody's time.
Thank you.
I want to be very, very mindful of everybody's time.
Well, you want us to stay?
And yeah, we should all rest. And so thank you for coming out, and we'll have news by the October 13th.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adjourn us.
You adjourn?
Go ahead,
Meeting
gavel
adjourned.
us.
Here we go.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
It was not even mayor's chair. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired.